So we're going to call the meeting of the Washington Central Unified Union School District to order at 6:17. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. And thank you for joining us tonight. We gathered tonight as a community rooted in our shared values, as Stephen was saying in his memo there, which are humanity, justice, equity, belonging, and commitment to rigorous learning and responsible leadership. This meeting, I want to acknowledge that it's a space for honest dialogue and collective decision-making about the future of our schools and the opportunity before us. Our task is not only to weigh the facts and logistics, but to listen with both our minds and our hearts, because as the saying goes that I always say to you guys, like Martin Luther King said, when the mind and the heart are together, it makes sense. Tonight, we consider a partnership proposal that reflects our belief in collaboration, innovation, and hope. We have a chance to create a more inclusive, sustainable, and dynamic learning environment for all our children and our communities. Let's try to hold this space with optimism and clarity, and I know we have received a lot of different input from different community members, and I know that just as a board, we also have a very diverse process of thinking about things, and we would be very thoughtful, but let's shape the future of our district and have that, instead of having a scarcity mindset, let's try to have an opportunity mindset as we are looking at this tonight. I know that you all, we all should also acknowledge that there's significant challenges facing public education in our state, and I know we all feel overwhelmed by that. Let's try to put that aside and base our decisions tonight. Let's just take a deep breath, and we all, we don't represent our individual towns. We really represent, we're all here always trying, or at least striving, to create a unified educational system that lifts up every student in our district, and I think you guys would all agree with that. So we're stronger when we weave our efforts together, so let's try to do that tonight and respect our roles and responsibilities here. I'm gonna open it to community input. Oh, I see there have some people coming into the meeting right now. We're gonna go ahead and have our 15 minutes of community input, depending on how many people wanna have a statement. We're gonna honor if there's too many people, we're gonna go with a minute and a half. If there's not that many people, we're gonna stick with our 2 minutes. Just be kind, use I statements, and we'll try to get as many people as possible right now. We also have time for community feedback on the continuous improvement plan, so if you have any feedback and you're one of our community members that want to speak to that, you would have time to do that at that time. If there's something that is not related to the agenda that you have an input tonight, please do it now, or you can wait at the end of the meeting. So let's get started. Any adjustments to the agenda, board members? Yeah.
It's on when it's red. Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to propose an adjustment to the agenda that involves discussing the floor plan at Doty and the lease in open session rather than executive session. I realize that open meeting law permits discussion of lease negotiation in executive session so as not to disadvantage any party. In this case, it would be, of course, the district, but we're not discussing various bids for the space at Doty, so there's nothing that really needs to be discussed in private.
Yeah, and that's it. We were going to talk to that when we got to that part on the agenda. The floor plan is part of Stephen's presentation, so everybody will get to see that floor plan. I will look into Chris, because you were just asking me that same question. Can we wait until we are there, or do you have, because...
I think, Julia?
Yeah.
If we wait until when it's being presented, we'll have a better opportunity to discuss that. Okay?
Oh, that's fine. I just thought that since it was part of the agenda, we needed to adjust it at the beginning.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to leave the agenda as it is right now, Julia, and then we can decide as a board if we go or not into, we were just wanting to give them the option to go into executive session. Okay. So could I have a motion to approve the agenda as submitted?
I move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. A second? Thank you, Ursula. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so let's move on into our meeting, and I see already some hands online. Anybody here in the public that wants to have public comment before we get started? Okay, I'm going to start online, and I see the first hand is Noah. Can you please unmute, introduce yourself, and hold on one. Spencer, can you help me with the timer, or I can do it? Go ahead, Noah.
Okay, thank you very much. Noah Weinstein from Worcester. I would like to offer an alternative proposal to the one currently on the table, which I believe could achieve a win-win solution by adequately meeting the needs of Turtle Island families without detracting from the educational, social, and emotional needs of Doty students. If we could meet Turtle Island's capacity needs without dramatically altering the configuration of Doty on a very condensed timeline, why would we not do that? Especially when Turtle Island has indicated a willingness to consider alternative proposals offered to them. From my perspective, Doty does not have 5 classrooms we can reasonably offer to Turtle Island without detracting from the needs of Doty students, but we could have 3. In this alternative proposal, which has been submitted to the board, Turtle Island would lease 3 rooms in the current primary wing at Doty instead of the 5 classrooms in the other wing. In this model, Turtle Island could accommodate the same number of children as the current proposal by splitting 1 room in 2, and could share a planning space with Doty teachers and staff to invite true collaboration opportunities. So this is a map, and so this shows the three rooms, and then what it would require would be building 1 fire door right here, and then Turtle Island could decide to put a wall right in the middle of that classroom, and then have 1 door, and then the entrance would be from the back. Doty would retain the wing with 5 classrooms, which would allow all of its students to remain in Worcester for the time being, along with a dedicated music, art room, gym, library space, and main office. By building a fire-resistant door in the hallway leading from the library to the primary wing, Doty would retain access to all of its critical infrastructure and continue to have the ability to serve as a warming shelter in case of emergency, which the superintendent identified as necessary. This proposal would allow for Doty students to continue to receive equitable educational space while also accommodating the same number of Turtle Island children, thus addressing the needs of both communities. It would also allow for increased flexibility with regards to ongoing district reconfiguration conversations. For families who might be excited for their 5th and 6th graders to join other Rumney students, this alternative proposal outlines a plan to explore that possibility for future years with more careful planning and adequate transition time. Thank you.
Thanks, Noah. We have, 1 second, Lisa?
Thank you. Lisa Hanna, Worcester. The number 1 guiding factor in this decision about Turtle Island right now needs to be ensuring that Worcester students do not end up losing out on this merger. Just this year, when the board saw the discrepancies in bus times for Worcester kids, many of you seemed surprised at the inequity. I urge you to make sure that we are not headed there again. We cannot risk being surprised by inequities or ideas that didn't pan out as expected for Worcester students as a result of hasty decisions. Tonight, board, please ask specific questions about floor plans and classroom square footage, where all classes every day at Doty will be held, how many parking spaces will be needed and where those will be, how shared spaces will be scheduled, what walls will be built, torn down, or moved in order to ensure not just adequate, but equitable learning spaces for the kids of Worcester, the staff of Doty, the administration at Doty. As an educator, I also cannot help but think about what it looks like to operate a school with thin to no margins and available space. What happens when a student is dysregulated, escalated, or in crisis, and all available physical spaces are occupied by classes? What flexibility will staff have to help that student co-regulate or de-escalate in a space that offers them the privacy and safety necessary? This is not an unusual need in a school, and I worry about a lack of flexibility with a school that is physically maxed out. If in the end the timeline is too short for administration to provide the board and the community with specific, well thought out plans, then the timeline is too short for you to be asked to responsibly and in good faith move this plan forward. Finally, our rising 5th and 6th graders deserve a better transition plan. They deserve for this decision to be coming out of the work of the configuration committee, which was tasked with things like this and thought about systemically, not just for one school, not as a solution to a problem created by this partnership. They deserve time, space, and a coordinated community building effort. The time left in this school year is not enough to move them out of their community school with the respect they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And then I have Allison.
Hi.
Wait, sorry.
Alice. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. My name is Allison Burns. I live in East Montpelier. I'm a high school math teacher at U32 and a parent to 3 children, one who goes to EMES, and my other 2 children attend Turtle Island. Our oldest child went to Turtle Island from 6 months through 5 years old, and her experience there was transformative. The play and nature-based programming and their thoughtful, caring, dedicated teachers helped my child thrive, and it was amazing that she could be right in school with her younger sibling. Turtle Island is one of the few, maybe even the only childcare centers in our entire area to offer birth through pre-K care with a licensed preschool that accepts childcare subsidy. The Children's House no longer takes infants. The Family Center is not licensed to accept preschool funds, as far as I know. The North Branch Nature Center only has the preschool program. At Turtle Island, my children get high-quality, nature-based, play-based care in age-alike groups, but TI also prioritizes building sibling bonds, which has been so special. My 3-year-old spends every afternoon in the baby room with my 1-year-old. Just this week, I got a picture of my 3-year-old pushing my 1-year-old in a baby swing at the playground by the pool, which they went on an adventure together too. I share all this to say that I truly believe Turtle Island will only add to the strong community that already exists at Doty. I hope we can problem solve to support this plan and give Turtle Island the opportunity to continue providing high-quality birth through pre-K care. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Allison. Caitlin? Do you want to introduce yourself and go?
Hi, my name is Caitlin Hawansky. I'm from Worcester. I've really been struggling with the fact that in both the news and in some letters to the board, Worcester parents have been labeled a small, underrepresented group of parents, but our community letter has over 150 signatures and has been submitted to you this evening. And throughout this process, we've stayed pragmatic and solution-oriented. We want Turtle Island to succeed, but not at the expense of our own children. There are viable ways to house both programs in the Doty building, and additional options may exist in other district buildings. Those deserve real engagement, especially when the current plan places the burden solely on one community. We are asking for wholeness in our school. That is not a radical request. If the board can act this quickly to implement such a disruptive change, we can also act quickly to explore better, more equitable paths forward. Thank you.
Thank you. There's somebody not muted. Okay. Honey?
Hi, my name is Honeybean Barrett, and I am the current 5th and 6th grade teacher at Doty. I'm going to share a bit of my letter that I sent to the board this week with full support of the Turtle Island proposal. The day I heard about collaborating with Turtle Island, I said, I'm on board. I immediately saw great value for the Worcester community and my 5th and 6th grade students to join their district peers at Rumney. We've had a few weeks to digest the news of the proposal. Initially, my 5th grade students who would spend their 6th grade year at Rumney had mixed feelings. Most of their negative feelings came from misinformation or anxiety about questions they had. I worked to answer every question, and by the end of our first conversation, they had 3 wonders. What time is lunch at Rumney? Where do you go for recess at Rumney? And how often are 5th and 6th graders together at Rumney? I connected with Rumney staff and got answers to all of these questions, which helped to ease student anxiety. Next, I asked my students what would be helpful to them as they transition to Rumney. They said they'd like to attend a morning meeting, go for lunch and recess, and spend time with their 5th grade cohort. Doty staff is on board to help make the transition as smooth and successful as possible. 2 weeks later, my students remained generally positive about going to Rumney for 6th grade. None of my students have spoken negatively about the move. They are open-minded and curious. While teaching 5th and 6th grade at Doty, I have had single grade math classes as small as 4 students. This may sound lovely and you may be thinking, wow, so much one-on-one time. And there are some benefits, but it is not the ideal learning model. I found that students are hesitant to be the one who asks for help when there's such a small group. Here's another observation. There have been people commenting on the benefit of Doty and Rumney 5th and 6th graders being together in a larger group, and I wholeheartedly agree. In my years of experience in 5th and 6th grade, Each year, there's been multiple kids that we tell, just wait, you'll find your people at U32. This age group thrives with connections, and each year I've seen kids who no longer have strong peer connections at Doty. It's isolating and lonely at a very important time of the start of their young adult life. It is developmentally appropriate for things to shift for kids in 5th and 6th grade, which is why they are so often in a middle school. Having a class of 20-ish grade-alike peers will be a benefit for students. I also wanted to remark on the comments that the community members shared in regards to sharing the library, gym, and lad field. Our school library is currently used for 3 hours, 1 day a week for student use. The gym is used for 4 hours, 2 days a week, and 1 hour, 3 days a week. These spaces are perfect for sharing. Of course, Turtle Island staff and students should use these spaces and feel welcome in them. I was welcomed into the Worcester and Doty community 3 years ago, and I hope the community will be as welcoming to Turtle Island student, staff, and families. Thank you, Turtle Island, for choosing Doty and Worcester for your wonderful letter to the community. With all due respect to the families, students, and community members who may have a different opinion than I do, I fully support the collaboration with Turtle Island and the move for 5th and 6th grade students. Thank you.
Thank you, honey. Sophia?
Hello, my name is Sophia Amy, and I'm speaking today as a Doty parent and Worcester resident. I'm asking you to only consider lease proposals that do not displace Doty students from their home school. Under the current plan, Doty's 5th and 6th graders would be removed from classrooms, sent to another town, and forced through multiple transitions that their peers in other towns aren't, all to make space for a private preschool. This would separate siblings, disrupt relationships, and fracture the community bond that makes Doty so special. My 3rd grader tonight told me that larger class sizes would overwhelm him and that he would opt to homeschool instead. We want Turtle Island to thrive, and we support early childhood education, but that can't come at the cost of children already learning and growing in this building. There are multiple well-researched community proposed alternatives that would allow space sharing without displacing a single student. These aren't vague ideas, they're grounded in licensing regulations, spatial analysis, and a real commitment to mutual benefit. Please do not rush to solve one community's need by destabilizing another. One person tonight has already talked about the magic of keeping very young siblings together, but choosing a proposal that displaces Doty kids will separate Doty siblings throughout the school. It is not okay to approve this for one community and not for another. Change is only ethical when rooted in transparency, equity, and care for all children. Please let this be a story of collaboration, one where all children can feel secure and rooted, and all families can move forward with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Anybody? Oh, Will?
Yeah, Mike.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Will Baker. I'm a Worcester parent and former chair of the Worcester School Board before the merger. So it wasn't too long ago that I was sitting behind those tables that I sent some comments to the board members. Yesterday, I'll be very brief now in just a summary. If a town is selling so much as a plow truck, the select board solicits bids for the sale from the public because it is a steward of public assets and its duty to the taxpayers. You all have been given great power under the law to raise funds for pre-K through 6 education, to raise those funds through taxes. With that power comes great responsibility as well, to be a steward of those public assets that have been built and maintained with taxpayer dollars. The district has not solicited bids for this lease. We have no knowledge of whether this is the best price for the loss of this school space, which is a public asset. Would other daycare businesses or community organizations be more deserving of this space? We've already heard tonight how much Turtle Island has that the other childcare centers in Montpelier don't have. What about senior care? What about a senior center? Are there other organizations that are also deserving of this space? Would they integrate better into the school or pay more in rent? Remember, the town doesn't give the plow truck to someone that they like or someone that is deserving and doing good in the world. They solicit the highest bid, right? This proposal to upend space in a public school to evict 2 grades of kids from their own town school and all the kids from the music room and the art room to install a private business with no competitive bidding or thoughtful process is not right. This is not responsible fiscal stewardship of the community's asset. The timeline for this proposal is too short to determine if this could be done in a responsible way. Moving kids out of the school, 2 grades out of the school, and all the kids out of the art room and the music room, and putting the playground off limits to the community in the summer is too much to give hastily for a price that we don't even know is fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Anybody else in the room? Otherwise, I'm going to go to Lila.
Lila Richardson, I'm a Worcester resident, and I wanted to just briefly ask the board to really go ahead with a discussion of the lease and the apparently not yet drafted memorandum of understanding rather than going into executive session. I think this should be done in public. I see no reason that executive session would be appropriate, and it actually wasn't included on the agenda 48 hours prior to the current meeting, which is required by the open meeting law. We were all very surprised to all of a sudden see an item that said that there would be an executive session. And the second thing I wanted to discuss is the issue of whether this proposed partnership with Turtle Island would make Doty more viable. There have been a lot of comments to that effect, and I just want to make another statement that I think that this is, contrary to any common sense reading of the situation. On May 5th, I asked for a copy of guidance from the Agency of Education that was referenced in Stephen's April 29th memo to the community. In the memo, Stephen says, emerging guidance from the Agency of Education includes provisions for small by design schools, and a Doty-based early childhood center would support that concept, aligning with the AOE and State Board of Education's evolving framework. Based on that, I asked for a copy of the AOE guidance that was referenced, and Gillian and I were copied on a response from Stephen that basically says, one sentence, "We are awaiting any guidance from the AOE for the small by design. This is language that has been used but not defined." So I wanted to be sure the board is aware that there was not, in fact, any guidance from the AOE on this subject. And as I indicated, the lease proposal seems guaranteed to make Doty more vulnerable rather than less vulnerable to closure under education reform discussions. Doty's already a small school, as we all know, and moving 5th and 6th grade classes would make a small school even smaller and less viable. I think that trying to justify this proposal on the basis of Doty somehow being able to continue as a small school is just not sensible and does not comport with common sense. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Caitlin is the last hand that I see here, and I don't know if you. Lauren. So go Caitlin and then Lauren. Oh, I I see why I couldn't
Speak in a loud voice so they can hear you, okay? You don't have to yell.
Dell and
Speak clearly and they can hear you. Go ahead.
I think that it's just kind of mean that Turtle Island wants to kick out people from another school just so they can have what they want and need. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for being here. Lauren.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thanks. My name is Lauren Chabot, and 3 weeks ago when I was told about this lease, I talked to my son who's in 4th grade at Doty, and I told him I was engaging in this process because it will be the one time I have a say in this matter. I'm here tonight virtually, not because I am loud or angry or even disagree with the idea before us. Although I will say Will Baker makes a lot of excellent points, and I agree with everything he said. We all agree that childcare is a critical need, but I'm speaking to the board. Please remember your duty is to the pre-K through 12 students in our district. I'm here tonight to request that the board ask the administration to come up with a proposal that does not negatively impact the Doty community, that prioritizes keeping 5th and 6th grade at Doty, and that is complete with all the necessary details, not just assurances that a plan will be forthcoming. Before agreeing to a lease, please require a floor plan of the reconfigured space and walk through the space and feel and see if it's adequate. Ask for a map of the parking lot with spaces designated for Turtle Island and Doty. I also ask that the board request that the administration hire a structural engineer to evaluate what would be necessary to add a door between the library and art and music room, which is one suggestion. And I ask the board to require a direct answer regarding the tax situation, again, referred to in Will Baker's letter that was sent to the board. It is terrifying to think that there's a possibility that the town of Worcester will be on the hook for municipal taxes because of this. And then finally, in the proposal that the administration wrote, the administration said the inclusion of 5th and 6th graders at Rumney is driven by educational and developmental needs. If this was the case, the decision to move 5th and 6th grade should have been discussed starting the day after the board decided to not put closing in Doty and Calais to a vote in the fall. This should have been part of the budgeting process for FY26. Instead, this is a reactive decision based on the lease agreement with Turtle Island. This is the exact type of reactive decision the board said last fall it wanted to avoid and used this as a rationale for closing Doty and Rumney. The administration has had months, if not years, to work on building relationships between Doty and Rumney communities. Months, if not years, to offer expanded social and academic opportunities in creative ways between these two schools. And yet, in the 6 years that I have had children at Doty, this has not happened. We have never had a joint music class, a field day, or even been pen pals with our cohort down the street. It is years of lost opportunity. If it is so critical for our 5th and 6th graders to have these expanded social and academic opportunities, why has nothing been attempted in the past within our current structure? If this moves forward, my son will lose instructional time over the next several weeks in the administration's best attempt to make this a smooth transition. This is instructional time that no other students in the district will be losing. I have no doubts that if my son is at Doty for 5th and 6th grade, he will thrive as a result of the strong community and relationships that have developed over the years. We have seen the success of Doty students. I believe one of them is on the school board as a representative. If my son goes to Rumney in 5th and 6th grade, the only assurance as of right now is that I know he will be fine. And I suppose fine may have to suffice for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And I see Naomi, and that's the last one we have, and I hope that you Guys, I've noticed I took out the 2-minute because there were a couple of people that were already past 2 minutes, and I wanted to be fair to everybody. So Naomi, and then we're going to jump into our board meeting.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I sent this in a letter to the board today, but I'll state it here. My name is Naomi Heindel. I'm a Worcester resident and a parent of a current Doty first grader. I was disappointed to see that the current proposal is unchanged. It feels as if community input wasn't fully taken into consideration as you moved into this next stage. The way I read the current proposal, moving the 5th, 6th graders, reconfiguring art, music, and math instructional space, and entering into a very complicated lease agreement with many important details still to be worked out is palatable, and even being conveyed is positive. Meanwhile, putting up a wall or door so that a version of the proposal could go forward without negatively impacting district students was deemed too challenging to figure out right now, and therefore off the table. As a board, you have repeatedly stated that the best interests of our district students are at the heart of your decisions. I ask you to make sure that that's the case in this instance as you reduce space, resources, and community connection for some of those students in favor of a not very lucrative rental to a private nonprofit on a very tight timeline. I'm also concerned about the tax implications as raised by Worcester resident Will Baker in his recent letter to the board. Are you entirely sure that this is going to work out? Do you need to look into this again? Board members, if you won't draw the line at displacing students, and if you feel you have the very best information regarding the tax issue, then please only sign a lease and an MOU that actually has all the details in it that you and we need to feel certain that this is going to work. A reconfigured parking lot, what does that mean? Are you certain Turtle Island will not need more bathrooms? How is the water going to be metered? Does the lease include details on compensation for use of shared indoor and outdoor space and resources? Is that compensation commensurate with other scenarios where this is being played out? The list of unanswered questions goes on. Ultimately, it will be in your hands to decide if you have the information, actual plans, not just general ideas, that you need to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. I also want to acknowledge that apparently the link in the website was wrong, so several of you had asked for it, and I've been emailing it to you. If there's somebody that joined really late and is wanting to speak, I apologize for that, but this is your chance. Otherwise, we'll wait until the end of the meeting. I don't see any other hands up. So we're gonna move on. I think that there's a lot of things that were said that will be answered through Stephen's presentation. We also invited Becca Webb to join us today, who's the UPK coordinator for everybody here, including Turtle Island, so it's the whole region. So that we can speak facts to some of the questions because they have more experience on that. So we're gonna wait because I know there's important questions that were asked. But we're going to move into the next item on our agenda right now, which is the presentation. Jen, can we have you over? We're going to have our presentation in our continuous improvement plan, which is pretty exciting, at least for some of us.
I think I'm going to stand over here so I can see everybody as well. So Spencer, will you or somebody pull up the slides, please?
Do you have it, Spencer?
While we're waiting to pull them up, the subject of tonight's community forum is continuous improvement planning. I know that is not what is on the top of most people's minds in this space right now. And I am going to invite you, though, to take at least a little bit of time to center ourselves in academic achievement and safe and healthy schools for our students as we engage in this community stakeholder opportunity. Continuous improvement planning is a state-required activity through the Agency of Education. More importantly, though, it's really an opportunity for us to look at our students' data, figure out how we're doing, and what's important for us as we envision what is wanted, what our preferred future is for our students. So, thank you for pulling that up. Next slide, please.
So I have it, so.
Great, thanks, Stephen. All right, so again, for those of you who are hearing about continuous improvement planning for the first time, it's really a process of school improvement that is focused on both academic achievement and safe and healthy schools. We take a look at our students' data and we set goals for their improvement. We routinely monitor their progress and adjust our goals as necessary. The Agency of Education requires continuous improvement planning as a way to ensure that schools are attending to their data and as a way to connect all of our financial investments from consolidated federal programs to our use of funds. The agency is requiring each school in a district to have its own CIP, continuous improvement plan, and the district is required to have one. Part of the requirement is that we engage community stakeholders. So and actually next slide, and then I'll tell you more about that. So a little bit more detail about this. 2 entities in the Agency of Education collaborated together to create one template that meets all of our requirements at the state level and for the feds, which means that we're following that template. It helps us for our Title I schools, which are currently Berlin and Doty, but previously have also been Calais and U32. It requires lots of sources of data to come together to drive the needs in our consolidated federal programs. Some of you were at the Title I required meeting a few months ago to talk about that. And again, one thing that's a little bit of a disconnect, I really applaud the agency for pulling these things together and making one plan instead of multiple plans. The one piece that's a little out of sync is that continuous improvement plans are submitted between now, I actually just got an email today to say the window opened, and September 1st. But they actually have to be completed if you're using federal money by the time you submit your federal grant so that it's substantially approved July 1st. That's why we're here tonight. Next slide. So again, to support this entire process, the Agency of Education has created instructions and templates for all of this work, and so what you're going to see in a few minutes are those templates. So those templates really aren't changeable, because I would be concerned that changing the template means we're not in compliance with one of the aspects. So when you see them, they look the way they look because we're adhering to all of the instructions and advice. Lots of assurances related to the continuous improvement plans, including superintendent approval and school board approval. We are going to ask the school board to approve the plans. Hopefully you'll do that on May 21st. I wrote about this in the Colt report. We've been engaged in the work as a leadership team. I'll tell you more about that in a minute, and then you'll get to see the current drafts. Next slide, please, Stephen. So the state finished the template in the middle of January. We shared it together at the leadership team meeting in February and decided what approach makes the most sense to engage in this work and to honor the fact that we've been engaging the public around the strategic plan. We decided to make sense of this, that we would do some drafting of goals together in alignment with the strategic plan. We would present them at the schools for staff feedback, and then we'd bring them to the community for feedback, and then we'd ask you to approve on May 21st so that they could be approved at the state level by the time I submit the consolidated federal grant application. One thing to note, and for the members of the public, the slides are posted on the website under resources, so you can access them there if you'd like as well. The current continuous improvement plan is the exact same plan for every school in the district right now, the 24-25 plan, and I really only cut and pasted language from the strategic plan since we had just engaged in an extensive process then. Next slide. So the elementary draft plans currently are all very similar. Each plan is required to have an academic achievement goal and a safe and healthy schools goal. When you look at the drafts, you're going to notice that every elementary plan has a goal related to mathematics and a goal related to performance and growth for a particular cohort of kids, and those are students who are currently economically disadvantaged. Those of you who've been paying attention to our data over the years know that we have some enduring differences in performance between those subgroups of students, and we're using the iReady Math Diagnostic Assessment as our source of data. The Safe and Healthy Schools goal is related to students' social and emotional well-being, again, also directly related to Goal 1 in our strategic plan. We implemented at the elementary schools this year for the first time the DESA, which is a social emotional learning screener, and we used the baseline data to write goals for each school. And then elementary schools are also required to have an academic achievement goal related to Act 139, which is Vermont's new literacy bill that went into effect this year. And so the elementaries have 3 goals altogether, and we're concentrating on K through 3 reading and a cohort of students who are receiving reading interventions, looking at the Acadians reading screener. Next slide. The U32 draft by design is a little bit different. U32 has 1 academic achievement goal, 1 safe and healthy schools goal. We're looking at our 4-year graduation rate and looking at strategies to increase that rate and really monitoring our students' progress on student learning outcomes. The Safe and Healthy Goals is related to inclusion and inclusive practices, particularly for students who qualify for individualized education plans or special education services. And we're using iReady Math and Reading as our source of data. Next slide. And finally, we're required to have a district level plan. We have 4 goals, again, working really hard to create coherence in the system related to the strategic plan and or issues that had come up during the budgeting process. So we're looking at our 8th grade algebra indicator, which is an equity indicator in this district. For academic achievement, we're also, because we serve the elementary schools, we have an academic achievement goal related to supporting overall our students for Act 139 in reading. The Safe and Healthy Schools goals are a little bit different. One is related to creating a sustainable plan for school nursing services, because we will not be having full-time nursing next year. And I know that was a robust topic of conversation during the budget process. And finally, we have another Safe and Healthy Schools goal, again related to our core belief of humanity, justice, community, and belonging, and that is supporting our district as we transition to successfully implement the new education quality standards related to Act 1. So next slide, Stephen. So the major thing that we would like to do is invite feedback from the draft, from the community. The principals each have drafts. Again, the elementary drafts are very, very similar. A couple nuances, but the goals are similar. And what we would like is to, the principals are going to share with you at tables informally the drafts so that you can get some they can get some feedback, and I'm prepared to support a conversation about the district level plan so that we again get your feedback, and then we'll bring that to the full board. What I would do is invite folks, and I'm also paying attention to the time. I'm wondering, and I'm looking at who's in the space and who's not in the space. So if we could spend no more than maybe about 15 minutes or so, I would invite you to join a principal, learn about the plan. If you're more curious about the district level plan, you can join me. We'll talk through that a little bit, and then the principals will make any revisions, and we'll bring you the full slate of CIPs May 21st. What questions do you have before we move to feedback? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to invite you to join the principals, learn about the school plans, or join me and learn about the district plan.
To everybody online, it might be hard to participate when you're online. I could invite one of the principals to join here. No. Could I, dear, Jen is going to join us here so that people online can participate in that one group. If you're interested in participating, please turn on your camera or raise your hand. If there's no interest, I'll just mute the online. Okay. Okay, I hear no, so take a 15-minute break, people, for all of you guys online, since I don't see any interest. Is that correct? Please raise your hand or speak up if you want to join.
Put in the chat, I sent you this in case we were in this.
Okay, I don't see anybody. So Spencer, let's mute the chat and the whole thing for a minute. Okay. Okay, everybody online, we're back. The continuous improvement plan is posted on the board resources. I'm going to get the link and put it on the chat too. Okay. Thank you, Jen, for putting that together, and thank you to all the principals for being here and sharing that with us so that we can better understand how we can support you too. Daniel.
Just before we continue, I just saw the chat. Some people were wondering if there were written copies of the plans themselves for the elementary schools and the high school and the district.
Yeah, I think I think we didn't post them because they were in draft form, but if we watermark them as draft, we can get those posted for you tomorrow, knowing that the final copies will come to you in 2 weeks.
Okay. Did everybody online hear that, I hope? Okay. So we're going to move into our conversation in board operations. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping. The policy committee update. The policy committee met at 5 p.m. Mr. Chair, do you want to update 3 bullet points?
I'd love to. That was a hop, skip, and a jump over me, Floor.
That was not
Not
on
a very-
purpose, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Not a high barrier.
We are about the same height, but I'm shorter.
So we are presenting what the policies that we talked about last time, but didn't have copies of. And it's basically just showing you the language that we talked about that had been changed. And we will start with A32, which is page 9 of the packet. Some just minor changes there that gave the board. Page 7, sorry.
Chris, sorry to interrupt you. Just what we looked at today.
Oh,
Wait, just a quick update of the meeting today.
I'm sorry?
Just a quick update of the meeting today. Yeah,
Okay.
the rest of policy is going to be at the end of the meeting.
So we will start on page 7, which is the prevention of.
No, just,
Oh, Dan.
yeah, just a quick update.
Oh,
How
quick
are we
update.
doing with
Okay.
you?
So today in the meeting,
Yeah.
we talked about combining a new, I think it was.
Student discipline.
Student discipline, but RC20 and.
RC20.
And new C15.
Correct.
New required policy, and we're going to combine the elements of the discipline policy that we have now and the parts that we like from the VSBA recommended required policy. We also talked about the library policy that we currently have and a new library policy that was issued and recommended, and we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to combine the two policies, keeping the parts that we think are valuable and sturdy in what we already have, because we really just did the library policy about a year or two ago, so it's fairly recent vintage. and we'll present those at our next meeting. And then I'll do this at the end for these minor changes that we talked about during our last meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. And I would just add that they review their work plan and their procedures, which is one of the most important things that the policy committee does. So they have a work plan to stay on task. So for those of you online, that's how the board stays on task, and the chair makes sure that, the policies are reviewed in order with our superintendent. Let's move into the board operations and Turtle Island partnership. We're gonna break it up so that everybody sees how we're gonna do this. We're gonna have Stephen sort of walk us through his memo. And then I'm going to invite Becca to just answer some of the questions, because as you were hearing some of them, and I can talk about the specific questions, but I'll just let her speak to them quickly. And then we're going to invite Turtle Island they put 2 pieces of information there that I hope you guys all have a copy. And then we can decide if we want to go or not into executive session as a board, and that's about it for now. And then we would be making a decision not on the lease today, because it's the first time that the board is looking at the lease. We would be making a decision in whether we move forward as the proposal that was presented to us today as a board, a partnership with the Turtle Island. Sort of you have a structure of how we're gonna go at it. I have a little criteria that can help us sort of decide if this thumbs up or not. And so without any more talking, Stephen, take it on.
Yeah, I would say not just Stephen, but Gillian
Yes,
has
and
joined me
Gillian,
as well.
sorry, Gillian.
'Cause, this is not going to be like every item in the proposal. This is just a reminder of the things that are in the proposal for the lease and for the changes to the 5th and 6th grade. I would say to the board, like, if there are specific questions that we get to, let me get through this and then just be able to say, let's take questions so that you can be clear on anything that you need in order to move forward with all of this. All right, and so just a reminder that our core values and beliefs, that we have these 5 core values and beliefs. We certainly lead with this as our foundation. And then I would say that the big part of this proposal overview is really acknowledging that Turtle Island is a place-based early education program that's rooted in the local ecology. The Doty Memorial School is our proposed site for Turtle Island, so we're leveraging its setting and its access to the outdoors, which are elements that are part of Turtle Island's programming. And that we asked, as part of this proposal, that we look at the grade 5 and 6 reconfiguration to transition the 5th and 6th graders next year from Doty to Rumney to enhance opportunities for all the kids in both those schools. It actually increases the class sizes for Rumney to get them from smaller class sizes as well, so that those 2 classes, 5th grade and 6th grade, would be approximately 20 to 21 students in the 5th and 6th grade classes by combining those 2. So one of the big rationales for us choosing Doty was the facility had a suitability for it in terms of space, meeting licensing and fire code requirements with minimal modifications. We do feel like there's a cultural alignment. The school's environment supports Turtle Island's mission, so that it was a place that we could offer that met their requirements as well. And there's a strategic fit that aligns with our commitment to personalized, rigorous instruction and connects the community and nature. These are all things that we've expressed throughout our configuration and other conversations as rationales. And I would point us back to our configuration conversations in the previous year. One of the things that had high marks from the community and from the board was the possibility of incorporating early childhood into our school programs. And so I do want to acknowledge that Turtle Island contacting us moved a timeline that we were not working on at the moment, but that their reach out to us sparked us to look at what are the possibilities and where could this occur. So we did look at all of our schools to see what met initial requirements. We didn't have as comprehensive a space at any other school. And so we were trying to find one location that could meet as many needs as possible within that. I think it's important to note, and this is, and Rebecca could probably talk more to this in her piece, is that early childhood education is desperately needed within our communities. We see it as a strategic priority to be able to help create these programs. It's been brought up at multiple board meetings and other meetings that we need to look at what we can do to help with that. This is a community impact. It supports our local families, strengthens our workforce, and we really hope that it attracts students and families to our communities. And then our long-term vision is really that this is a model that we can start to look at how do we incorporate something similar within each of our elementary schools. There is space in each of our elementary schools, not nearly the volume of space that we would have at Doty, but we have space at each of our elementary schools to consider some kind of early childhood programming. It may not be, it may be an expanded pre-K program for some schools. It may be infant care at others. I don't want to speak to like it's one thing that's at every school, but all of our schools have space to do some kind of expanded programming around this. And so I think that this is a good way for us to start looking at that and how it might help us. And then, as I was saying, just addressing our child care needs. I mean, it doesn't take, ask a parent who has a small child right now how difficult it is to find child care. I think some of you sit on our board. It's a challenge. And so establishing a partnership with Doty can help to address some of those challenges within one part of our community, not even our full community. There's more work to be done, definitely in this regards. And then I would just say, Gillian, if you want to speak a little bit about the transition to Rumney and what are some of the things that we've already thought about in terms of that.
Yeah, I think also one thing that I would just want to piggyback on is thinking of the program and the partnership at Doty as a pilot. So how it can open up some possibilities. So in terms of moving the current 4th and 5th graders up to Rumney for next year, what I want to acknowledge is that, yes, this is faster than ideally we would like to do. This is not, as I have really thought about this and sat with it, this is not an either-or situation. This is both and. It is both difficult and sad that students will have this transition sooner than expected. It is both that, and it is also really exciting that some of our students are going to be going into U32 with more connections. We had U32, we had transition meetings at U32 this morning for some of our higher needs students. And several of our students don't know anybody. And so they're not only they're facing going from elementary school, which is a very different kind of model and way of doing things, going off to U32, which is big, and there are large people at U32, and to go there with no connection makes it extra scary. So my staff and I have been talking a great deal, and I've been also communicating with Caroline and Stephen about this. We've been talking about wanting, you know, our desire is to really just be able to just get the signal to either go or stay. And so we have talked about having an opportunity to have a hike together to look at what, I hear the concern about the loss of instructional time, but what are the end of the year activities that we already have going as individual schools, and how do we think about combining them so that we're not losing instructional time, but what we're doing is we're rethinking is like maybe instead of Doty doing a field day and Rumney doing a field day, we do a Doty-Rumney field day so that there's opportunities for the students to interact. I think what Doty students have really articulated is a desire to meet the teachers. So we are looking at opportunities for students to go and attend a morning meeting. Things are scary when you don't even know what they look like. I think so that for people to know many of our students have never been inside Rumney. So to see that Rumney isn't really that much different from Doty, I think will be powerful for them. And we're really wanting to take a lead from the students about what is going to help you with this transition. What's going to help you? What are your questions that you have? What do you need? And we're going to do it admittedly more quickly than we would like to. And this whole situation can be viewed as a problem or an opportunity, and I've really been trying to stay in the opportunity space. And the more I sit with this, the more I feel when I think about just education in general, good practice in general, and many of the students that I see in Doty, I see them being in larger cohorts as a really positive thing.
Great, thank you. I know another concern that has been brought up to us was around the financial considerations. So the cost of utilities, custodial, how do we keep the building open? We budgeted $190,000 for that for next year for Doty. I also know that there was a number thrown around, like how did we allocate the per pupil? And I just want to remind the board in our budget process that we allocated $8,236 per pupil across the district. So that was what we allocated for instructional programming across the district for our layer 1 and 2 initial instruction and for our 3 through 6 intervention services. But I would just remind you that the total per pupil at each school we presented as here's the centralized services as well. So the cost of the building, our special education services, our food service, all of those, transportation, all of that, we had given that as a more comprehensive figure. So when you saw Doty, the instructional services were the $8,236 per pupil. The $17,367 that we had presented was all of the services that we provide to keep the schools open. And we had provided those numbers for each of our elementary schools to the board. So, so when we talk about, okay, there are 14 or 15 kids who are in the 5th and 6th grade. If you multiply that by the 8,000, that's about a little over $150,000, so right at $150,000. We would not need the classroom teacher, right? So that we budgeted that at $110,000 per teacher on average across the district. That's salaries and benefits. And then we also budgeted at Doty for a part-time pre-K teacher as well. That is not necessary in this scenario as well. So there is no reduction in the monies for all of the services, instructional services that the kids who are there will have. So all of those services are still covered with the budgeting that we did. Things like transportation, I mean, that's the kids on the bus for Rumney or they're on the bus to go to Doty. We just tried to break that up by pupil just so you had an idea of how it was spread out. But the centralized services like that it doesn't matter where the kid attends, essentially. Those services are still there for them. And I would just say for things like special education services, should a student in 5th or 6th grade need those, then the funds are going to go with the kid to be able to provide those services as they should. And so I think that when we think about it, the monies to continue to run Doty are still there. The things that we allocated are still there for them.
Right, and to clarify also, the lack of a pre-K at Doty has nothing to do with the partnership with Turtle Island. The lack of a pre-K at Doty is due to the lack of students for an effective program.
Yeah, I had used the number of, like, we need to have at least 8 students to consider a viable program. We would prefer about 12 for a program. At present, we know of 3 students who would be enrolling in pre-K at Doty. And so finding other solutions for that and keeping them in their community is something that this partnership would allow us to do. And so there are two documents that we've talked about, the lease and the MOU. So the lease, the items that are in the lease, and the board has access to that, is the cost, repairs, alterations, utilities. Property tax is actually included in the lease documents as to how that would be handled, should there be a need for it. I know that I have talked with other districts who have childcare that is private, that is leasing space within their buildings, and there's no property taxes that have been paid. There's also other insurance, the access to the facilities and other legal issues are a part of the lease. The MOU, and we've got an early draft, I know I haven't shared that yet, but the elements of that are how are we using our shared spaces, what is playground access, the river access, the gym and library usage, food service, nursing, special education services, which might be a part of some of this for some kids. Parking, pickup and drop-off procedures, all of those will be outlined in the MOU so that we prioritize the shared space for Doty programming and that there's a request to use shared space by Turtle Island so that then we have a way of, it is a tenant landlord situation, but we also want to make very clear when they want to use shared spaces or any of those other spaces that there's a clear guideline for getting permission to be able to use those so that we have those. And I would just say that we have a map of Doty that was done up, and I think this is actually slightly changed even now, but the purple is the spaces in which we were looking to lease to Turtle Island. The green is the library and the gym. We are calling that shared space that they would have access to through the MOU and a process. And then the additional space there is the 3 classrooms, offices, and other facilities there for Doty students. So the green and the white space is our space. That's the space of the school. And then the purple would be the space that was leased to Turtle Island. I say that there might be a slight change because there's one room there that I'm not sure how we talked about.
Oh, yeah, that office.
There's another office there that's kind of right in the middle that might still be in our space instead.
Right. I think one thing to point out that floor plans provide very limited information about what is actually inside the walls, in the ceiling, comes into the building, and what is where. The issue with the infrastructure is where the main power comes into the building. There is where the generator panel, both the, I think it's an inverter on the outside. It's a big panel thing. And then there's another emergency sort of panel generator monitoring display that is in this end of the building. The heating oil comes in through this end of the building. The fire system and monitoring panel is in this side of the building. The boiler, the hot water, the ERV, we have another air handling thing that's not technically an ERV. All of that resides in that side of the building. One of the things that I am really proud of and grateful to the town of Worcester for is that they have been willing to discuss with us, and we've been working together to facilitate the use of Doty as initially as a warming shelter. And the town has begun some of the work with the Red Cross to get the facility designated as a Red Cross emergency shelter, which would allow for people to stay overnight. In order to be able to do that, we have to retain access to those key infrastructures. And I think that in Atlanta, and quite frankly, I would not be comfortable leasing space where I did not have ready, easy, immediate access to those things, even apart from the issue of being a facility for the town to utilize.
Right.
Did you want me to say more at this point? Or? Okay.
No. Could you just clarify when you say this and that?
Oh.
What is the this and what is the that in relation to the building?
Oh, going back to the white? I mean, the white and the green.
The white is this, or is it that? Because you were saying this and that in terms of where you were placing things, and it wasn't clear to me which side.
All of the stuff that I mentioned is actually predominantly in the white, although there are some conduits and stuff that come through the green.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so we're trying to leverage a small rural school to be able to be, you know, a vital part of the community. We know that over time that we're going to see a drop in enrollment, not just at Doty, but across our district. Finding ways to use our buildings so that they serve our communities in as broad a way as possible. I think even Will brought up the point of, are we looking at elder care? Are we looking at other? We actually have been approached by other organizations. And I think it's our job to start looking broader as to how our schools are a part of our communities. This is a great way for us to start. What we're really, for me as the superintendent, what I need from the board is this something that we need to continue to pursue? Is this, do we need to move forward from here to actually solidify a lease, or do we need to stop? And I think that that's in fairness to Turtle Island so that they know what their future holds. And I think that's in fairness to our students and our families for the board to make a decision. I, as the superintendent, my job is to carry out your wishes. I brought you a proposal, and I know it's tough. But I just want you to know that whatever the board decides, we will do right by our students and our communities to make sure that everybody is taken care of. And so I just appreciate your time in all of this.
So we're gonna have Becca. Can you introduce yourself, Becca? Say your role. Becca actually helped us with some of the frequently asked questions, and if you could, you know, just speak to some of the things that are interest to you and your specific role.
Yeah. Oh, I did manage to turn it on. So I'm Becca Webb. I am the regional UPK coordinator, the Act 166 coordinator. So just a quick background. The 10 SUs that are kind of in this midline of the state are all a collaborative, and they fund my position. I'm an early childhood special educator by training and a school principal endorsed. And my entire job is to have these really hard conversations with communities and with school districts and with programs. So my role is to be the liaison between school districts and our private programs. I do professional development, I advise on regulations, I advise on any of kind of the legal stuff, the practices, all of those sort of things. And I sit on a bunch of state level committees. So kind of coming to this conversation with the full view of like what's going on in the rest of the state. And I think Flor had asked me to come to kind of address some of the like quirkiness that happens with early ed and education funding. So I'm gonna do a spiel based on some of the questions that have come up, but then I'm here for you guys as a resource. So just to kind of bring to the forefront, this is not a new piece in terms of public schools having professional private programs come in and share with them. There's a number of programs across the state. White River Valley SU has one, Mount Mansfield has one. There's some programs in Addison and Rutland County which do as well. So this is not unique. It would be great to continue to be kind of on the forefront of that curve. The other piece that I wanted to kind of clarify with people is that this funding piece about pre-K, so Turtle Island would remain their own program, and they would remain eligible to continue to receive Act 166 funding. And so what Act 166 funding looks like across the state and across our region is that if you have a preschooler, a 3, 4, or 5-year-old who's not yet in kindergarten, they would register as a resident of the school district that they reside. The school district, with me in that role, makes that partnership agreement with the program. The program then invoices per student, right? And your school district pays the program that amount. The current amount that you pay the program per child is $3,884. It's going up to $3,982 with the next school year. That would remain in place through that current kind of contract and agreement that we have as a group of school districts with Turtle Island, regardless of where they are. Does that make sense? Okay. The other piece, which is the last piece that I wanted to kind of tag on to what Stephen and Jillian had said, is Doty this current school year gave up, put on pause was how Kim and I kind of phrased it with AOE, their UPK pre-qualification, which is a state process which allows programs to receive the money. So Doty does not have a pre-K program this year at all. And so kind of we're in this status quo where that wouldn't change for next year. To follow up with what Stephen said, most of the school districts in our collaborative, right, our 10 SUs, have between 11 and 15 kids in that pre-K classroom. You want to have enough kids that you can actually get some like small group and juiciness and co-learning going. So most of our local regional school districts are somewhere between 11 and 15 students. And that's pretty much a recommendation across early ed. What other questions can I help solve? Information can I give?
Are there any specific questions that Becca could help you resolve? Right? Oh, Chris.
Yeah, thank you for being here. So the money for the pre-K is generated by where the district that they are in.
Correct.
So if, say, a student at Turtle Island that comes to Doty, lives in Montpelier, it would be the Montpelier School District that would be invoiced by Turtle Island, and they would pay that bill.
Correct. It's education fund.
Education funds. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other specific questions? Go ahead, Daniel.
I'm curious if you're aware of tensions that exist in these other cases around the state between the nonprofit and the school, and if so, if you could comment on approaches taken to resolve those tensions or to manage those tensions, and resources and best practices and other support offered by the state through that process.
I can address what I know, and I can take that away as a question and do some research and bring it back to the board. I think it depends where you are in the state, right? We are a very broad geographic and population within the state. The Mount Mansfield, the primary tension has been the number of students that they have, because they are an area where their population is increasing. And so their private partnership, right, their lease is part of their central office building, but it's actually classroom space. So there's a tension there. I think, other than that, it's really having a really well laid out like lease agreement and memo of understanding, just like any landlord-tenant relationship. I don't know that there's specifics, but I'll take that question back and do it. I think one thing particular to Turtle Island that's really important for this board to know is this is the finishing of my 5th school year in this position, and they have had this Act 166 relationship and contract. It's a contract between the school district and them already. So in terms of working relationships, following regulations, meeting kind of all of those benchmarks that you're looking for in terms of like, are they good people to rent to us? We've had this previous relationship with them as a region for at least 5 years.
Thank you, Becca. Thank you for your time. Oh, go ahead. Diane, sorry, I couldn't see it from here.
Thanks. Hi, Becca. My question is about, because I'm doing similar work up in Newport Town, and it's taking us a while. So my question is, the examples you gave, do you have a sense of how long their planning took and how long the transition into those different buildings took?
I don't, but I can find out.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna, Julia.
I have a question. So have any of the schools that you've worked with needed to displace current students in order to make a partnership with another entity work?
So the only school in our region of 10 had that in place before I came on. Do you know anything, Jen? No. So White River Valley SU is the only one in our region that currently has this going on. The other regions aren't. I work with their private childcare programs, but I don't work with those school districts. But I can find out that answer too.
Okay, thank you, Becca. I'm gonna, sorry, Michaela.
Sorry. I am concerned about this tax exempt status issue. So do you have knowledge of that too? No, you don't. You're not the person asked. Okay.
And Stephen can respond to the question of
Yeah,
the tax.
so the taxes, the issue that's been brought up is addressed in the lease document as to how that could be addressed if there were an issue. But from what I've heard from other districts that have leased space, there has been no tax issue for them. And I can, I don't know if we'll do this in executive session or an open session, so I'm going to hold it until the board decides for that. I can give you a little more information.
Thank you, Becca. Do you mind giving the mic to Phoebe in Turtle Island Partners? I know that we have maybe a couple online too, but.
So hi, my name is Jocelyn York. I am the executive director at Turtle Island Children's Center, co-director with Phoebe, who you met at the last meeting. We're just here to introduce ourselves to anyone who hasn't met us yet, speak to a couple of issues that have come up that may need some clarification, and just generally kind of be a part of this discussion so that this truly can be a partnership. One thing that had come up in a lot of the comments from families is the idea that Turtle Island is made up of mostly Montpelier families and mostly upper middle class and above Montpelier families. And so we did want to speak to that a little bit. 44% of Turtle Island students do not live in Montpelier. So we have almost half of our students currently who are not Montpelier residents. And 27% of all Turtle Island families live within this supervisory union. So we are already part of your community. We even have students, and an upcoming student who's too young but will be going soon, who live in Worcester. So we are not an outside organization that has nothing to do with your community coming in, if this works out and we come in. Also, 40% of Turtle Island families currently rely on state subsidy for their tuition, and that's not even the amount of families who actually could be eligible if they applied. Under the current subsidy rates, we're looking about 60%-ish. Approximately 60% of our families are eligible for state subsidy. And 100% of our children spend time off campus interacting with the community, which they would be doing in Worcester too. And you can ask folks in Montpelier who come across our kids in the community. I've not met a person who has not had a very positive response to that presence. And we would want to bring that positivity here as well. Another piece that had come up was some frustration about our waitlist situation. There are over 1,000 spots needed in this area for childcare, so we're going to acknowledge that the wait lists are long everywhere. And there's only so much we can do because of that, but we are open to discussing ways to adjust our wait list to better serve each community that we're in. We know we're moving out of a larger city area, potentially into the rural area, so we know that the needs of the community might be different. We can certainly have those conversations. We can't promise anything specific right now, but just know that it's something we're willing to talk about. It's not a hard no at all. Do you want to pick up the next?
In one of the letters, someone had done some calculations about tuition, and we just wanted to clarify because there was some confusion with those numbers. So the Community Connections rates, the high rate, is about $8,376 a year, according to this person's calculations. And the annual rate that they quoted for Turtle Island is our annual rate without the pre-K funding taken into account. So when we look at what it looks like to compare them, the same amount of time, we're looking at 35 weeks because that's what the pre-K funding covers. So 35 weeks at Turtle Island at $1,520 a month is approximately $12,277 for that 35 weeks. Then you take out the $3,884 that the pre-K funding provides, and that's $8,393, which is less than $20 more than what CC costs at that higher rate. And for people who pay the lower rate, there's almost no chance they wouldn't qualify for subsidy, and we would support people in that. So we just wanted to clarify that because it's a really important misunderstanding that has come up. And then the other benefit is that we are a year-round program, whereas CC doesn't always have space for all the pre-K students that need care during the summer, and there are very limited programs that cater to pre-K and rising kindergartners. And so that's a really big deal, and so I wanted to speak to that. We also wanted to I know this would be part of the MOU, but we wanted to also clarify about the playscape misunderstanding. We would absolutely share any space that we have with the Worcester community. There is going to be a very limited amount of space that will be fenced off per our licensing requirements, and then we would be basically going on adventures for everything else. And all of the playground equipment that is at Doty would be outside of our fenced-in area. So none of the equipment that the children currently access would be limited to Turtle Island users at any point. So we wanted to clarify those points.
Just to back of the napkin scribbling, their tuition costs are in line with the rest of the UPK programs that are within kind of the Montpelier, Washington Central piece. So what they charge families for tuition as a base rate before taking out UPK, before subsidy, before any of the scholarships, does align with most of the other programs we partner with. And I have all of the program's tuitions, if that was a definite number that the board needed.
We can answer any questions.
Yeah. Michaela?
This is a question from my 9-year-old daughter, who's a 3rd grader at Doty. She wants to know if there are going to be opportunities for the elementary school students to interact with the younger students.
We would love to work that out because it sounds like that's one of the things that we're really excited about is, already we have our infants and our 5-year-olds interacting on the playground, and it's really, really beautiful. And I was thinking about the Big Buddy program that's part of at least East Montpelier, and I'm sure it's in the other schools as well. And it's such a special program, and we're just getting excited about the idea of having a Big Buddy program between the Doty students and the preschool or the childcare students. So.
Daniel, and then Chris.
Hi, thanks for coming. I had two questions. They're not terribly related. One was whether you offer any transportation for the kids that you serve, or whether you've considered the possibility of offering transportation from the Montpelier area to Worcester. That's question one. And question two is more general. It relates to sort of, if you could give us your sense of how management for you think it's going to change in the future. And I guess thinking about this as Gillian mentioned, as a pilot, and whether you thought, I hate to put you on the spot about the future and to editorialize, but to what degree do you think this is a replicable arrangement for Turtle Island as such? And could you do it in another school? Or what would you be looking for with this so-called pilot to determine whether it would be feasible elsewhere, if that's something you've thought about at all?
Can I answer the pilot question? Because that's the word we're using as it for us. And so I don't actually want to foist that on Turtle Island, because I think it's for us to see, is this a model that we can do? And it's not just with Turtle Island. I would say that they're programs specific to some families, but and I'm not trying to...
Stephen, you're going to get a chance to answer that question also.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel.
To answer the transportation question, we have actually been discussing this a lot, particularly because we have a lot of teachers in particular who utilize the Montpelier bus system to get to work. So we've already been talking about how we could make it work to potentially bring people to school. We don't have a specific plan yet, but it's certainly something we're interested in. And Stephen, when he's allowed to talk, will also tell you what he's thinking about with the bus system for, maybe you'll tell them if you want to, bus system, what might be possible as far as the district's partnership with that as well. The management piece. I guess I have a question about your question, which is, are you wanting to know like some infrastructure type changes that we're looking at in order to support multiple sites, or are you just wondering if we're looking to expand further?
Yeah, both of those things. I guess I don't know enough about Turtle Island to know sort of how you visualize the future at this location in comparison with where you are now. But I guess answer it as, in any way that makes sense to you, what you foresee as challenges and opportunities, and what could succeed at other schools potentially in the future.
Well, one thing I'll say is when we were presented with this possibility by the school district, we were excited about the idea of being able to serve more families in a wider community, not just in Montpelier. Everybody comes into Montpelier for work and school and all these different things, and we want families to be able to access what they need in their communities as well, and expanding out, especially this direction, felt like a really great way to do that. So certainly it's on our mind is there a possibility that we could expand further and cover the region? We have to see how this works out before we can say absolutely that's what we're doing. But that is something that's part of our growing mission, I would say. Do you want to answer the infrastructure management stuff?
We, as part of our proposal to the city for the Elks Club, we did put together a business plan that laid out kind of what a two-site model would look like. It's not fully how that would look, and that's something that we're going to work on completing quickly. But we do have, a general organizational structure chart if you want to look at it another time. I don't have access to it today.
Thank you. Go. Go ahead.
So programs are licensed by the Child Development Division, and the Child Development Division requires an on-site qualified director for a minimum of 40% of the time that the program is open, which is a new change. So in terms of leadership, program director, ownership, right, that somebody would need to be at each site for at least 40% of the time.
Chris and then Julia.
So it's Sophia? Phoebe, I'm sorry, Phoebe. Can you walk through the numbers again? I wasn't quite clear on, what I heard was a 35-week period of time. That would be $12,000 and some odd dollars. And then you would reduce the pre-K dollars from that. But I think you used a figure of 8,000 or something, where I thought the pre-K, go ahead.
Yeah, so the 8,393 is the total tuition that a family would pay before subsidy, after pre-K money was taken out.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
So I still have some more questions. Would the Worcester students be guaranteed sites in the pre-K program at Turtle Island?
Yes.
Guaranteed, not thought about, just guaranteed?
Yes.
Okay. The second is, would they be guaranteed sites in the daycare part of Turtle Island?
That was the piece that Jocelyn was speaking to earlier. So the way our wait list works right now is that any sibling of a currently enrolled student gets priority. So those children get bumped to the top of the wait list. So for example, if there was a 3 or 4-year-old Worcester student at Turtle Island at Doty, their younger sibling would automatically go to the top of the wait list. That's how it works right now. One of the things that Jocelyn said is that we're open to discussing alternative options for our waitlist process as it relates to Worcester and Doty. We just can't commit to a different process at this time.
Okay. Final question now, and I'll defer to my colleagues, but we'll come back. I saw some correspondence, it looked like between you, Phoebe, and Noah about configuration. And is Turtle Island open to a potentially different configuration of the building site, and trying to work through that? Is the sense I got from the correspondence going back and forth, and Noah may have been overly enthusiastic, I don't know, but I'd like to have your take on that as a representative of Turtle Island.
So we are working with what the school district offers us. So we didn't come to Doty and say, we want these 5 classrooms and this is how it must be. We came to Stephen and he said, let me look at what I have, and what he came back with was this configuration. And so that's what we're working off of. If it turns out to be something different, we'll have to take a look at it and make sure that it works for us. That said, we are interested in collaborating, so we'll see how this all goes, basically.
Thank you very much.
Julia? Were you good? Okay, so Patrick? Okay, and then Diane.
Thank you for being here. Curious if you could talk about traffic a little bit. What's the sort of your typical day, drop-off time, pickup time, and how many cars and all that kind of stuff? I know it is a lot of details, but can you give us a picture?
So our drop-off window is between 8 and 9. Most people drop off between 8 and 8:30. Currently, we have almost 70 children, so it's going to look quite different in a 2-site model where we only have partial program in any site. So, all of our families have young children in their family, so they are aware that people, they're cautious, they are aware of young children. And one of the things that we really emphasize is that there's a clear flow of traffic so that all families know how to get out of the parking lot, and also that everybody drives really slowly during that process. Because they have young children in that parking lot, and they see the young children that are in the parking lot. Obviously, with older kids, it's slightly different because they won't be necessarily walking with a parent, whereas all of our children will be walking with a parent. And then our pickup window is generally, right now, between 3 and 3:30. So that's the heavy traffic time for us. If that becomes a really big issue with Doty's schedule, we can consider other options, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Thank you.
Diane?
This is, just wondering if, having looked at the site at all, whether or not you have how much infrastructure change you're anticipating will be needed to meet licensing, and then, a timeline potentially. Obviously, that depends on the lease and things like that.
There's very little infrastructure that would need to change for us. We had a licensor walk through the space with us to really speak to that. Every classroom needs a sink, which they already have. And then we need to have 1 toilet per 15 children. So the configuration that Stephen presented, there are 4 toilets. One is a urinal, but it would be changed to a toilet, pretty sure. And so that meets our licensing needs. And, our ideal is that they're in the classroom, but it's not required by licensing for them to be in the classroom. So there's like a wall that needs to be put up, and then the fire 1 hour or 2 hour division. That's it.
Great, thank you, Phoebe, and thank you, Jocelyn. Okay, let's continue to have our discussion as a board, and then we can decide if you want to look at the lease in executive session, or do you want to look at the lease outside executive session? I'm looking at you, Chris, or we can do both, which is what we were thinking. And then as far as open meeting law, we're not required to warn. I warned it just so that the board knew, but you can go into executive session as a board as long as you say why you're going to executive session, and you stay in executive session just for that, not to discuss something else. So we're not breaking open meeting law, and we actually warned it more than 24 hours, just so that the community knew and you guys knew about the executive session, instead of me trying to call you guys or doing something that is not good under open meeting law. Chris, you had approached me.
I think I would be happy to discuss the lease in executive session, so we can have just a full and frank conversation. Because the terms, it's not fully formed yet. And I think when it's more fully formed, having the community discussion would be a good thing too.
So will you be willing to, and then we will see if the board is a yes or no, will you be willing to make a motion to go into executive session to include Stephen Dellinger paid, and we're going to executive session for negotiations of a lease, but also say that it will put in jeopardy the board to be doing this in the public session. You know it better than me.
Okay. So I move that we go into executive session and invite Stephen Dellinger Pate to join us for the purposes.
Include Gillian, or not just.
What? And Gillian Fuqua, for the purposes of negotiation, because we think if we were discussing the lease in public, it would put us at a disadvantage. And so I move that we go into executive session for that purpose only.
Second.
So that we go into executive session for that purpose only. Of negotiation. Yeah.
Of the lease.
Yeah. Of the lease.
Second. Second. Oh,
Sorry.
So, second by Zach. Discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a few questions first.
Yeah.
Before we get,
Yeah, that was my question too. Like, is all of our discussion about this?
No. We would just go point by point in the lease, which is, I think, what Chris also had in mind. We would just review the lease really quickly.
No, I understand what's happening in executive session. I'm wondering, and I think Patrick is also, is the rest of the discussion happening first or after that?
I was thinking that this would inform our discussion after, so that if there's any questions, so like there's a question about tax, or if you want to go into the lease at the very end, that's okay too. It's the pleasure of the board, but we already made a motion to go into executive session, so, and I also looking at time.
I think I would oppose going into executive session at this point. It feels much more intuitive to me to have the conversation publicly first and to wait to go for that transactional detail to the end, I guess.
I'm fine with that. I'll
So you're willing to table the motion?
table the motion until later.
And Zach, you're good with that? Okay, so let's continue discussion. Michaela?
Don't forget, Patrick.
So wait.
Yes, I know, but I thought it was tabled. I am curious about the reasoning behind executive session. Sorry. Yes, thank you. I was just curious as to the why of executive session, because for transparency's sake, I think it personally makes sense to have as much of the discussion as possible out here. And if there's a very specific legal reason that we need to go into executive session, I'm curious what that is.
There's no legal reason to go. It's just usually negotiations. It would place the board at a disadvantage if you guys had something creative that you wanted to add to the lease, and we're negotiating. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, Phoebe, either, but it would be the same. So like we would talk about it and have more of an open conversation without anybody else in it. So it's mostly out of respect to the other people that are part of this process, right? You wouldn't want to disrespect them by, so we would just want to have an open conversation, executive session, if the board wants. Otherwise, I am very happy to go through the lease as it is in open session.
It would be my preference to do everything in open session.
So just, if the concern is that if we're going into executive session to discuss a lease, that would presume that it's a yes, then I want to, at least from my perspective, that's not a good presumption. But if you think you're concerned about that, then discussing a lease in public is fine with me too. To alleviate that, if that was a concern of going to executive session, then I'm happy to do that as well. But there are terms that aren't yet finalized either. So we can have a discussion as to what we might want this to look like too at the same time.
So we could move right now just into open discussion. We already tabled the motion. Let's make sure that we answer any other questions that the board has in order to make a decision tonight, not on the lease, like Stephen said, but are we moving forward with the proposal as is that you have on the table right now? Is it an up or a down vote so that they can move forward, and then we can continue the MOU and any other thing that you're going to approve is not going to be, the MOU and the lease won't be approved today. We were thinking that would be approved at our next meeting. Okay, so any other questions? And I want to be thoughtful about time too. It's 8:17. Patrick.
I have budget time questions, Stephen. Yeah. Two questions. One, I followed your chart about the $17K per pupil cost for the services. Is that total cost of running a building divided by number of kids in the building?
That's the total cost of all expenses for that building divided by the number of kids in that building, or that are equalized just the number of kids. I'm looking at Suzanne to make sure I say that right. Yeah.
So not instruction, or including instruction.
Instruction, running the building, driving the buses, feeding them food, everything.
So when if the kids are moved from Doty to Rumney,
yes.
Is there a new ratio for the kids for the pre-K or the kindergarten through fourth grade kids that are at Doty? And does that look bigger now?
There would be a new ratio. I'm not sure. I haven't done the calculation, so I don't know if it would be bigger or not.
But if it is bigger, how does that affect how those numbers are presented, would be presented to the board in budget time?
I think that we would just be presenting that. I think these are numbers to present, right? They just give us information of different things. So we've talked about per pupil and in that number, but we've also talked about per equalized pupil, which is a different ratio. They're just different ways for us to think about how we use those spaces in those buildings. But I don't want to put any value statement on it other than these are just ways for us to evaluate our budgeting process.
Okay, so related to that, we talked about number of kids, ideal ratios for number of kids to some services during budget time. It was a number of kids per librarian, a number of kids per nurse, number of kids per principal.
Correct.
How are those number of kids, how will those numbers be affected by moving 2 grades or 14 kids to a different school?
So while you say 2 grades, it's 1 classroom because the kids are in a combined classroom. And much of our budgeting for our art, music, those services are done by the number of classrooms that we have. So that determines how much need we have. It is done on a per pupil when we looked at it, but it's also done on a per classroom number. The nurse was on a per pupil basis, but we also set some minimum thresholds on that because we don't want people half a day or those kinds of things. So, but I would also say that the funds that went to each school, the principals divided those funds up based upon the needs of the kids in their school and the services they thought best met those needs. So that's why we had some schools that had more nursing services, where another school might have more behavioral services.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
Fair to say that, Stephen, next year, if the 4-5 is moved to Doty, that, moved to Rumney, that Doty's budget would be lower because they're going to have 15 lower kids, and the distribution that is made is on a per student basis as opposed to a classroom basis, so that there would inevitably be a lower budget for Doty next year, which would then put the onus on the principal to decide what that lower budget, how it would be allocated in the school.
The budget amount, though, I think what's important to remember is it's proportional to the number of students you have. So when you have fewer students, you don't need as many people in the building. You have some more options. So, and that's one thing that Stephen and I have spoken about too, is how do we look at this and, think creatively and really ensure that Doty students don't lose out in this process, but it would remain proportional. Just like Doty is already facing, and I think most of our schools are, our numbers, our projected enrollment for next year is lower. So we're already looking at a proportionally lower amount to start with. So it's not that Doty is going to have any kind of, or I'm going to have the parts that I get to control. I'm not going to have proportionally any less money to work with than anybody else's. Everybody's pot is going to get a little smaller because everybody's population is getting a little smaller.
Go ahead.
I was just going to also say, another way to see is what happens over at Rumney. In moving the students from the 5th and 6th grade students to Rumney, we do not have to add a classroom teacher. We do not have to add additional art or music time. We don't actually have to add anything other than if there were some service such as special education or something like that, but that would naturally be with where the student is. So I would just say that it's an interesting piece of this whole puzzle is that you don't need to add to Rumney because the number of classrooms doesn't change. So that those students can be educated in a class of 20 to 21 and us not have to add services to the building as a whole.
And can I add, Stephen, that we have already budgeted for next year, so that is not changing with that. We are in one, if I'm not wrong, one of the teachers is moving into, can you remind me?
Another position?
To another position, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I just don't know exactly, I
Yeah, yeah.
can't remember right now exactly where. And the other thing is that we are also committed to all our students, right? It's already cost a little bit more because we are, we just to give you an example, to me would be like we are committed to having a principal in all of our buildings right now, right? So we have schools with different amount of kids right now in our schools. We're committed to having a principal, and Gillian has been a principal for Doty, having half the students that Celia has or Alicia has. You can guys speak to that. So it's not, we might have to alter how we are budgeting, but next year, just to put it into context, when we start to budget for the following year, if we're going to be following what is going on right now, for not to put a down in what we're doing, but if we're following what's going on in the State House, just as today, and I didn't even get to listen to the last part, we are going to be budgeting with $4.4 million less. So just try to picture that. So we might have to adapt how we budget anyways, but we wouldn't sacrifice the Doty students, right? Because there's less students there. They would still need the money, and not, even though we're dividing the amount of dollars and saying, 17, whatever for each student, not every student costs the same amount of money to provide the services and the opportunities that they need. That was just a budgeting sort of way to reflect how we were doing it. I'll let Suzanne speak more eloquently to that.
I don't know if I'm going to speak to that,
But
be conscious of the
Mike.
I just wanted to clarify something that Stephen said, because you said it included transportation and it does not. That $17,000 per pupil is it's the $1,076,775 that was allocated to Doty based on their LTW ADM, and the flat $8,000 per pupil. And we took out all of the centralized services. So we take that $1 million and you divide it by their enrollment, and that's where the $17,000 comes from.
Thank you.
But it doesn't include any of the centralized services. So us, transportation, none of that.
Okay.
Does that mean it did not include the special ed? Because that's a centralized service as well. So those monies are just available for where they are, where those students are?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, Chris, you had I don't, you guys decide which, okay, Michaela and then Julia and then Chris.
You need to turn on your mic.
Just debating which questions to ask. Well, you just brought up an interesting thing, which is if it's not actually going to, sounds like cost any or much more to send students to Rumney from Doty, but I understand not for this budgeting season, but for future ones, the money will be going to Rumney, despite it not really costing more to have those students at Rumney. And I just think we should consider that in what that means for funding for Doty, and maybe consider that in terms of where the, income from Turtle Island, maybe if that's dedicated to Doty, or some amount of it. But my questions, sorry, because I think it's question time. Number one, I do have, I like both these ideas separately. I like the Turtle Island early childhood idea a lot, and I like the potential for a larger 5-6 cohort across the district. I am a little concerned about going through with both, tying those two things together at this rate of change when we're still doing a configuration process that could potentially address the 5-6 thing across the district. So my question in that is, have we really looked hard to consider ways to, at least for next year, keep 5-6 at Doty so that we could collaborate with Turtle Island, which would, I think, be a really positive thing for the students, because we get pre-K back to Worcester, and also for the community as a whole, without kind of rushing the 5-6 thing and approaching that in a more thoughtful, intentional manner. So have we truly looked, is there a way to keep that art music room as a classroom, for example?
I'm going to let Stephen and Gillian talk about this. I just want to make something clear that a couple of people had asked me in the co-op and everywhere that I go, and I had a conversation with somebody else today too, is that just to be clear, we're not moving our 5th and 6th graders to U32. We're moving them to another elementary school. So when we transition the kids, they will be transitioning all together if we move the 6th graders to U32. It's just a little bit of a confusion. People think that we are, so it's
Yeah, I
not
wasn't
a
talking
full
about any of
move.
that, though.
Okay.
My question has nothing to do with that at this time.
So part of this gets, so the art music room is part of the addition from 1996. I wasn't able to find detailed construction documents. But what I can reasonably assume, and my maintenance man believes, is that the new addition was anchored to the existing exterior wall. The then existing exterior wall. So that the old wall is a load-bearing wall. The new wall most likely is also a load-bearing wall because of the addition of the roof structures. This is where I know just enough to be dangerous. So the question is, how are those two walls connected? How are, and this is the information that we don't have, and I think it's kind of, honestly, I looked around at Doty for more detailed drawings, but information about what is the joint in the footings and in the foundations, how are those, what is the actual space between the walls? So, like for example, the one office area that we are thinking about shifting, we know it's through an inside 2x4 wall. We know that we can just block off the door on one side and cut it through the other, and we're not going to risk the structural integrity of the building. Don't know that about the art music room.
But have we considered it just a breezeway? There's like a door here and a door here that.
My understanding, and Flora, you can jump in because you actually know these things, is that in order to cut the door, you couldn't just cut the door because you would have to compensate for the loss of load-bearing ability in the wall. So you can't just cut the door, you'd have to cut the door and build a doorway that can hold it.
Is there not a door in the art music room currently to the outside?
So what I want to get away from is to trying to redo the building within this. Can you also speak to the other part, why you thought the 5th and 6th grade? Because that was sort of the bigger thing that you were saying, why they needed to move.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is a super simple question. Is there a door from the art music room to get outside?
There is a door.
And is there a door from the library to get outside?
So so then that ties into the building security issues.
Okay.
And that in order for those doors, they would need to be fitted with the electronic door strikes and cameras. And then you also have the question of whether, then you have a group of children who have to transition through the outside to get places. And you'd have to construct, well, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I wish it was that simple. But with the security requirements and the rekeying of all the schools in the district and
Julia? Or Stephen, do you have anything to add?
No.
Julia, were you next?
I keep thinking of other questions as more people speak, but the question that I wanted to ask, I guess this is for you, Stephen. In Will Baker's letter to the board, he pointed out that if the district, which of course is tax exempt, were to lease space to Turtle Island, which in this case, of course, is another tax exempt entity, it would lose its property tax exemption. And he cited a situation with Vermont College of Fine Arts in which the Vermont Supreme Court ruled that this was in fact the case. So I am curious about what the financial implications of this are for our district and by extension for all the taxpayers in the district.
I'm going to quote from our attorney on this one. He says that as for the property tax exemption, if there was one that was needed, Turtle Island and the district will probably have to request an exemption from the town of Worcester. He says there's a complicated analysis to determine whether the part of the property used by Turtle Island would qualify for an exemption, but there's a good argument that it should be since it's a nonprofit. This will all have to be the discussion with Turtle Island, and he will work with their attorney to figure out whether an exemption makes sense, request makes sense, and how that request should be written up and presented to the town. He recommends that the lease should acknowledge that this is an issue, call for both parties to work together to get the exemption if necessary, and then require Turtle Island to be responsible for payment of any property taxes if the exemption is denied or revoked. And that's within the lease document itself. And so the townspeople would not be on the hook for paying the taxes, nor would the district. We would place that, if indeed there were taxes required on that part of the property, the lease designates that Turtle Island would be responsible for that.
So it sounds like Will and the district attorney have completely different views of this situation.
I can only say what my attorney.
I understand.
Yeah.
Any other questions from board members? Daniel?
Yeah, I want to ask Stephen about the long-term plan, and realizing that not all of it is in our hands, but I guess that, two observations. One is like, if we just look at the outcome of this, I think probably almost everyone would agree that, like, I won't say that. It seems like a clearer argument that if without the disjointed movement of students from Worcester to Rumney for pre-K, back to Worcester for up to 4th grade, and then back to Rumney, then to U32. Without that element of it, this feels to me like a clear win. I guess I'm curious, that seems like a high cost and arguably something that we're willing to bear, understanding that Worcester families bear it in a different way than everyone else. I guess I'm curious, what happens after the 2-year lease, and what are we looking at in terms of a longer term plan? Like, is there any plan to reduce the usage, or would there be a possibility of reducing Turtle Island's usage at this location, and looking at gosh, my words are failing me, sort of putting out an RFP for early childhood ed at every one of the schools in the district, for example, rather than having sort of one concentrated center that displaces students. I am worried about that displacement, and it seems like a cost maybe that's bearable in a 2-year time frame, but in perpetuity for the town of Worcester, that seems really problematic to me, I guess. So how to avoid that, I guess, is my question.
All right, so you ask about the future. There's a lot of things that we have to consider as a district. Let me just start with the lease itself would be a 2-year lease with the option to renew, right? So that is certainly part of the plan. I think the numbers that we heard from Turtle Island, 1,000 kids on waiting lists in our region, there's no lack of need, and I think that your idea that you sort of proposed in that question was that how do we as a district use available space in a way that we could help with that. All of our spaces can't work. We know that, and some of them not without major renovations. But some spaces can work for infant and pre-K care. And so I think that our goal as a district would be to see how do we address that and how do we want to address that. We may say that at 5 of our 6 schools, we want early childhood care, and at 1 of our schools, we want elder care as part of our programming, because that may be a better use of that space and the needs of our community. I think these are all things that we've got to consider I will say that the number that Floor threw out that was probably didn't quite hit all the way was the loss of funding that we are going to see under almost any formula that is in front of the legislature right now is probably anywhere from $2.5 to $4.5 million in funding with the base rates that are being floated. I don't want to say that as like the doomsday scenario, but it will mean that we have to really think about how we're planning. Over the next 8 to 10 years, we're going to lose another 200 students according to our projections. The projections in the last 10 years are we're only off by about 14 students from the projections that were given to us 10 years ago as to where we are right now. And the projections from NESDEC for the next 8 to 10 years is for another loss of 200 students. Places like East Montpelier will go from where it is now to about 120 students total. So we are going to have to come up with more solutions and more options for our schools and our students so that we have viable classrooms and we can maintain our facilities. So when I go back to what does this start? This starts a process for us to find new ways to use our buildings, serve our communities, and provide services that my deepest hope is that this makes our region more attractive to families with kids. The best problem for us to have is that people start moving into our region with small children because we have a good, vibrant child care system that includes partnerships with places like Turtle Island. Yes, this was unexpected. I didn't, when we say, we kind of talked back and forth between approaching Turtle Island. I didn't know that they were losing their lease, but I got an email from them that said, hey, I know you've been talking about, you know, how to use your spaces. We need space. What can we do? At the same time that Gillian reached out to them and said, hey, what options might we be able to come up with? This is one way for us to look at how do we provide, you know, service to our community, educational opportunities for our kids. And I know that moving kids between schools, we're talking about moving kids between one small school to another small school, actually. And it makes the Rumney 5th and 6th grade more vibrant classrooms as well. And so I think that we hopefully can recognize that this is going to be a challenge, not just at Doty and Rumney, but it's going to be a challenge at Calais and East Montpelier. The only school in the district that over the 10 years doesn't show a decline is Berlin. Everywhere else, we're going to have to come up with new solutions for what's going on with our population. And this is, I think, a way for us to start looking at, does this work and can it work long term?
Right. And I think one thing I would add to that, though, is this is not the district's first experience with moving a grade. I currently house all Middlesex kindergartners. So we have students who did preschool at Rumney, kindergarten at Doty, and first grade and I'm going back to Rumney for first grade. So we have asked our youngest students to do this, and they have done it successfully. So yeah. Stop.
It's Zach.
I know that there's been more talk about the math, and you know, Honeybee and Barrett you spoke to that about the really small class sizes math splits. So I'm wondering, I think it's probably a question for Gillian about, can you speak to what is it, you know, if we do keep 5th and 6th grade at Doty, what does that look like for literacy? You know, are those students sort of having partly split discussions where you have the same dynamic of, you know, a really small group? Do you have it combined, but the 6th graders are really outnumbered in the room? You know, sort of what does that piece look like?
Literacy is another not easy answer. So currently for literacy, teachers are teaching both grade levels, but not simultaneously. So in the kindergarten through 2nd grade / 3rd grade, foundations is taught grade specifically. It gets, I'll be perfectly honest, it gets messy in 4th grade a little bit because 4th grade is also the transition between the foundations program and the Just Words program, so that creates some challenges and some opportunities because students can level up and level down. So 5th and 6th grade literacy is taught together, but it's differentiated so that all students are receiving the instruction at the level that they require. In all of our grades, writing instruction is done whole grade, and so, not whole grade, whole class. And so that is part of just the multi-age classroom design, is that differentiated delivery of writing instruction. Does that answer your question?
Mostly. I know that last week you also spoken to an issue with the size of discussion groups, and I didn't know sort of how that played in as well.
It plays in that even in a class of 15 students, you don't have as many possible groupings as you could possibly have, and it depends kind of on the group dynamics and the needs of the individual students. So I oftentimes think in analogies and metaphors, but it's like when you have fewer pieces of Legos, there are fewer combinations that you can make, and there are fewer structures that you can build. But even just the addition of a few more Legos increases the opportunity, so you're more likely to find compatible pieces. Not that children are made of plastic, but.
Okay. Thank you. Diane has a question, and then I want to move into having everybody sort of give their opinion about this. I have a little criteria that you can use or not use so that we're not here all night. Diane?
Yeah, so mine is more of a reflection, just that what I am continually hearing from everyone is not that we're in disagreement with the concept or disagreement with the understanding of the impact of our schools' decline in population. You know, we've talked a lot about we want to engage the broader community and be part of our broader community, and that's for all of us. But what, and even Stephen, in your discussion of how this came about, it certainly wasn't like anybody reaching out and making these things happen. To me, though, what I'm also hearing is that yes, it's a broader community, but we need to start with a community that's impacted first. And I just think or wonder if that was a little bit of a misstep, that we didn't have people at the table from the community impacted at the start to have these conversations, so that one felt as though their voice was there from the beginning and then as we go. Because the ideas are wonderful and the need is incredible. But it's to me, that's where I'm missing, I'm wondering about that misstep.
Want me to speak to that?
Yeah.
So I understand that concern, and I know that until the Friday before we released that this was more of a possibility, we still didn't know if it was a possibility. And so that was us waiting to find out that last piece, which was the fire marshal. And so I brought it to the board in executive session to make sure that this was something that I should pursue. And so I think the speed at which things have happened have been one of our bigger issues, is that we're under a tighter timeline to make a decision as a board and a district, so that we can give that proposal honestly to Turtle Island. I recognize too that we also have had a lot of discussions around configuration for over a year now, and early childhood was one of the most commonly held beliefs that was in a positive regard. And so I think that that's why pushing forward on this was one of the things that we felt was important as a team. And so, but I do understand. I mean, I don't want to just discount that we didn't bring everybody to the table to make this decision, but it is a board's decision, and my job, I see my job as making sure that the board is fully informed as informed as you can be to make the decision. And if the board so chooses not to move forward at this time, I think it's fair for us to move forward and to let Turtle Island know as well. And I think that's why we're kind of at this point this quickly. Yeah. But thank you.
Okay, so we're going to try to have a discussion as a board and get the temperature of the board and either vote the proposal as presented by the administration up or down so that we can give them some clear direction. My thought, it was like get everybody, or we don't need to be in order. I was going to start with you, Patrick, but we can go however people want to feel comfortable. I was hoping that you could either just speak briefly, either is it aligned with our core values, ineffective? Does this proposal support the rigorous instruction that we've been talking about? Place-based education, as Turtle Island put in her little pamphlet. In resources, the plan should make effective use of the district facilities and staffing, addressing declining enrollment and supporting long-term sustainability. I'm just taking notes from what I've been hearing through the emails and through you. Expanding opportunities, partnership, guarantee access to early education. I was just getting some numbers in the website and from Becca. We actually have, like I shared before, about 6,000, am I speaking that? 6,000, I need to, yeah, so 6,159 children in our area in looking for early education. That's under age 10, and in Vermont is 10,600 just for early childhood education. Did I do that right? Yeah.
Or maybe it's my principal voice. So it's 6,159 kids in your region, according to a 2023 report, that are under the age of 10. And the averages statewide for the number of people who are looking for care is somewhere between 9,000 and 11,000 is what the projected numbers are, what the actual numbers are.
Thank you, Becca. And then the other thing that I heard from you guys is the proposal must meet licensing, safety, logistical requirements with minimal disruption to the current students and staff, community benefits, the collaboration should strengthen the relationship with local partners, and sustainability. The plan should be adaptable to future changes, is what I was hearing you guys discuss right now, funding and educational needs, allowing growth and replication within the district. So I'm just gonna, I know some of you haven't had a chance to talk. I don't know if you wanna go first, Patrick, otherwise I was gonna let Ursula go first because she hadn't asked a question and she just been patiently waiting.
I'd like to hear what the Worcester representatives have to say before.
You wanna hear what? Sorry.
What the Worcester representatives have to say?
Okay, so let's start with Julia and then Natasha and then Michaelan, and then we'll move down the line. Then Keely, and then we'll just move down the line.
So I'm really opposed to moving the 5th and 6th graders to Rumney. I certainly appreciate the need for childcare in the region, but I joined the board to advocate for students in our district, and I think that we're doing a disservice to those 5th and 6th graders. We've framed it in terms of equity, but I think that if this is such a wonderful opportunity for Worcester 5th and 6th graders to join a larger cohort, experience a broader social circle, get ready for the move to U32, then this is an opportunity that we have an obligation to offer all of our 5th and 6th graders in the district. Right now, before we do it, before we say this is an innovative pilot program, I think that we're finding ways to frame it that are inauthentic. This is beyond the mere logistical challenges. I don't know how many of you have visited the Doty parking lot at the end of the day, but it's pretty packed. I don't know how we'd make room for day-long parking for additional Turtle Island staff or accommodate the number of parents who are dropping students off and picking students up without paving, the space between our school and the Martin's house next door. I don't know if that's been discussed. The frequently asked questions document says that parking will be reconfigured, but I don't yet have a clear sense of how the parking is reconfigured. I know that Caitlin Hawansky put forth several different very creative, in my view, proposals about ways that we could keep 5th and 6th graders in their home schools that all of you, I'm sure, have seen if you've been reading the correspondence with the board. And I don't see any evidence that those were given anything more than a we appreciate your, your input. Have those suggestions for reimagining the whole situation so that we can have Turtle Island be part of our communities, have those proposals that Caitlin's put forward really be considered? I don't know that they have. All I see is the proposal before us that doesn't take into account a lot of what we heard at the forum on the 30th and a lot of what we're hearing in the letters, which of course are mixed. Everyone doesn't agree with what I'm saying right now, but so that's my take, Patrick.
Thank you. Natasha?
Sorry.
My goodness.
She's in stereo.
Jeez. They definitely don't need two mics. I missed the forum and I missed the last two presentations, including tonight, because I'm dealing with some crises at work that have taken up all of my time. And so I do not feel that I have enough information to make an informed statement tonight. I will say that I do think that we need to be seriously considering what Doty is going to look like moving forward, and I don't think that it can stay looking the way it does now. I don't think that that is a reasonable or feasible thing for us to be doing, and we need to be thinking about what are some alternative ways and creative ways we can reimagine how Doty is going to be moving forward. But again, because I have not been able to attend the presentations or the forum, I don't feel like I can speak on this proposal at this moment.
I support both these things. I support welcoming Turtle Island into Doty, and I support the idea of ultimately enlarging our 5-6 cohorts across the district for the small schools at least. My concern is that by linking these two things together, that I don't believe have to be linked together, we are putting stress on the Worcester community in terms of the 5-6 students and families in a very short period of time. That I just want to recognize that, and that is not my desire to push families in a short period of time into something that that feels unintentional when I believe that it's actually a positive thing we could do intentionally. So I don't know. I support both these things. I feel uncomfortable 100% supporting doing them both in this time frame. I'm not saying I wouldn't, but I'm having a lot of discomfort about that, if that makes sense, although I support both things. I think this partnership with Turtle Island is amazing, and I don't want to lose that. But I just feel a little uncomfortable that I have to rush the other piece that I think could be done in a thoughtful way that would have more buy-in from the community, because I think it's a positive thing, too, both things. So if that makes sense, that's where I am at the moment.
So, Micah, just to be clear, so as the proposal is right now, you are not comfortable moving forward. That's what I'm understanding.
As the proposal is...
It's a no vote, right?
So the proposal, 100% yes, move Doty 5-6 next year up the hill.
Yep. Okay.
I don't know. I don't yet know. I would 100% say yes Turtle Island, and let's look one more time to see what we could do about the 5-6. Again, not forever, because I support that move.
Thank you, Michaela.
Laura,
Zach?
I would submit that the idea was for us to have a discussion, and I think that, asking people to just lock into their votes before we've had a discussion is maybe not productive.
Okay. I was just considering time and people wanting to have a break, just trying to speed it up.
Thank you.
Michelle and then Keely?
Do we want to pick up Keely, who's the anchor? She's
we can start with
in the fourth lane.
Are you okay with Michelle going and then you, Keely? Yeah, so, Michelle.
Okay. So I think this is a great opportunity for Doty to have Turtle Island there. It gives, brings a facility there to help with our keeping the pre-K there. I understand it's difficult for families to move the next year's 5-6, but I also feel like moving them to Rumney is also a huge opportunity. As a person who has been in the schools, and in some of these and I've been in the smaller schools, and there are kids who don't have people in they're just looking for friends. I mean, I had a student when I substituted one day in a small school who said, they were 6th grader. She's like, all I want is a friend. And it's because she'd been with the same students since kindergarten. That's really hard. So I think this gives those kids those types of opportunities.
Thank you, Michelle. Keely?
Yeah, I mean, I think the partnership with Turtle Island is so exciting. I think I was not aware of the strain of having such a small 5-6 classroom until we heard a lot more from Honey and from Gillian. And while Michaela and I agree with you that it's unfortunate to link them together, I guess logistically, I don't understand how to not link them together. Like if we move 5-6 without Turtle Island, it seems like Doty wouldn't be able to exist how it is. And so I don't know how it happens, and I don't want to, because of what Gillian is saying, that I think it has to be that part of the building. Like it doesn't seem like there's actually flexibility there, and for people online, Gillian is shaking her head that there is not. So I think that's the one thing that I think has been confirmed at this meeting is like it's either that part of the building or it doesn't happen. And so I do think that the timeline is unfortunate. I think that the rush is a bit unfortunate. I think the linking together maybe is construing that there's some disingenuity. It's not really a word. Disingenuousness. There we go. But I think that we should take this opportunity to do what it seems like the 5th, 6th grade teacher and the principal of the school think is best for those kids, and kind of anchor Doty with a public-private partnership that I think will also save that school in the future. And we've heard time and time again, the Worcester residents really want Doty to remain, and I think as a board, we're dedicated to that, and I think this is the way to do it, honestly. So that's where I am feeling right now.
Thank you, Keely. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to read from some thoughts that I wrote down. I just want to kind of name sort of the process that we've been in, because I feel like given the multiple factors that we've considered and the complexity of the situation has not gone over anyone's head, and I really appreciate everyone being engaged, because that is, our intention is to be transparent and to be receptive, and I really appreciate the efforts to respond to the concerns and the questions in the community forum, and I think that it was a very thorough effort, and I think it was well done. And in respect to the nuances of any change, you know, there's the inherent naming of the positive and negative consequences that go with that. And the concerns that are determined and articulated are based off of our frame of reference, right? Our subjective perspective. And right, and that's really based on how we identify as individuals, what our role in the community is, what our relationships are, our allies, our reputation, values, fears, hopes, intentions, and individual beliefs. And so for many people who have been engaged in this, the pros and cons that have been articulated have been largely subjective. And I want to make the distinction between that frame of reference and the perspective of the board, you know, specifically based on the oath that we take to be as objective as possible. Our actions are guided by our strategic plan and core beliefs, not based on relationships or are people going to be angry at us, right? And many of us have felt jabs, hurtful, painful jabs, coming from, you know, people who are upset, which is understandable. And part of that comes from the accusation that our decision-making is cold and heartless and maybe without feeling or soul, right? And it's okay that we're criticized, and it's okay that we're misunderstood. Because as Flor has said many, many times, this is not about us. This is about the students. So let's believe in the resilience of our children. You know, and I'm in awe, I am genuinely in awe at how thoughtful this board has been as a whole. And I'm not just saying that because with the context of the word thoughtful has been used recently, but you know, thoughtfulness as it means showing consideration for the needs of others, for the students of the entire district. So to make the commitment to be here, to show up at the table, to set aside personal bias, abstain from conflicts of interest. When bias can't be avoided, we have to abstain, right? And so to proceed engaging in this complicated process of dialectical thinking, which we understand is the ability to view complex issues of multiple and sometimes conflicting perspectives in order to really arrive at the most reasonable reconciliation of seemingly contradictive information or postures, right? That's our duty. That's what we're doing. That's why we're here. And so the final thought I have is, considering this proposal, I think that perspective is everything. And there's a famous quote many of you may have heard I want to share that's attributed to the Stoic philosopher Seneca. And it's, luck is what happens when preparedness meets opportunity. And I think that this proposal is that, you know, as it's been described, Turtle Island sort of landed in our lap. And that's one of the luckiest things to happen to us as a district recently. And with respect to the word preparedness, we have amazing teachers. And we have systems in place. And that's what prepares us. And so I think of a jazz pianist who painstakingly learns all the complicated notes, right? And masters the piano so they can riff with other musicians and make something creative and beautiful. And we have the opportunity to make something creative and beautiful. And so I strongly believe that we should move forward and accept this opportunity now and together. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. I don't know how you follow that, so Elizabeth is.
So you said so many wonderful things, because I think that in this process, folks have thought a lot about the disconnection from the kids at Doty going to Rumney, and I actually think about it differently, and that is, as somebody who's worked in many different types of schools and organizations, connected communities are stronger communities. And now more than ever in early education and education, we need to be connected. And, you know, I see connection opportunities all over the place for this. I see connection for our 4th and 5th graders to meet kids, new kids, to connect to them, to solidify relationships before they go to a bigger situation. I have a child that was at Calais and moved to U32, and if this opportunity fell in our lap, I probably would have been like, thank goodness, right? And she came from a school that had 27 students in her 2nd grade class. So I think when I think a lot about this, I understand the emotional piece of it because I am an emotional person. I also understand that I've heard from a lot of different teachers that have talked about the competencies of our children. They are capable, they are competent, they are often more resilient than we are as parents. I can say that for myself. I think that as we move through all the changes that are coming to education, we need to connect in any opportunity we can. And connection will define us as a district. It will help to support and define, hopefully, legislative decisions. And at the end of the day, I love having brains all around me to learn new things, to consider new things. And I do want to share that, you know, I lose sleep over things like this, right? Because I have kids and I get it. And I hate transitions, right? But I also know we have an opportunity to wrap our arms around 2 communities, Doty and Turtle Island, and our district, and an opportunity to give them an amazing transition. I don't know Honey. My partner has worked with Honey and adores Honey. And one of the things that I keep hearing Honey say is how much she cares about the kids she has been working with. That's incredible. That is incredible. And so, you know, I'm still processing, I'm still learning. When this first came up, I was concerned about the timeline. But I realized that in life, there is never a perfect timeline, never. And so I hope that we all look at this opportunity or at least shift a little bit from this concern about disconnect and think more about the connections that we can have with one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Zach?
Oh, Diane, I'm sorry.
No, you can go, Diane. Zach raised his hand, but go, Diane, and then Zach can go.
No, I've set it up.
Okay.
Okay. So I worry that I won't be as inspirational, but I'll bring it down to maybe a little more practical. I think that when we look as our role in, I think we need to sort of look broader at what we need to do to try to sustain this district. And a couple of things that came out from some of the public comments, particularly from some of our teachers at the April 17th meeting. One of our most important resources is our people. We spend, 80% of our budget on our people, something like that? And we've got people who are saying, I don't know that I can do this job anymore if I have childcare, if I don't have childcare. And I mean, I've got to tell you, as the chair of the East Montana Planning Commission, I was sort of helping people deal through their issues. My kids were born in 2017 and 2019. The woman who had a kid born in 2021 had a much, much harder time than I did. It's that little time to make it much, much harder. And we lost a really good planning commissioner over it. 2, actually. I think that we need to look at our role in terms of really supporting that infrastructure. I think we need to look at the broader picture of how do we have an enrollment challenge. How do we bring more families in, or at least keep it from getting worse? And I have friends who didn't have kids because it's so hard to get support, or know people who had 1 kid when they really wanted 2. And I think that when you have someone who actively wants to have a kid in a region that needs kids, and they don't because of the lack of support, that's a real tragedy. I'm going to speak to like some of the, maybe some of the fears we're hearing out of Doty. I'm going to sort of put my other hat on that I just referenced. I think that of all the schools in our district, Doty is by far the most important from a town planning perspective in terms of like where it sits in the town, the role of having life, in the town. But like, thinking about what Natasha said about viability, looking at what's going on in the state, we've had multiple studies looking at configuration over the years that have all come to the same conclusion. And it's very, very hard to see how Doty continues as a school if there isn't, if we just present the same thing that's been presented over and over again. And I think that I can't promise that it's, Doty would absolutely, be kept open by some future school board or future state process or whatever it is. I think that some chance of staying over is better than virtually none. But I also think from that town planning perspective, you're bringing life into the town. You're bringing, if the building gets handed over to the town, you're bringing a paying tenant along with that life to help maintain it, so that if this building is, is going to be used, to have community space, to have a gym, to all these kinds of things, that's not all on the backs of the 964 people who live in Worcester. And I think the children who are counted in that number probably aren't contributing a huge amount of revenue to that. And so I think that's the thing that I would hope people would think of, that is maybe not strictly the board's role to do town planning, but to think about like what's the other value here. And then finally, as I think about some of the comments we got from Honeybean Barrett, and then a lot of the comments we got at the meeting in Worcester. Of the comments that were in favor of this proposal in Worcester, they were overwhelmingly from teachers. Yeah. Absolutely overwhelmingly. And I was looking at the arguments that these, you're thinking about having age-appropriate discussions, having enough people to have a conversation, thinking about what Gil and I just talked about, the rising 5th, 6th grade is going to be, the 6th grader is going to be outnumbered 2.5 to 1. As you think about, how you fit those groups together, how many conversations that the 6th graders are having are really going to be dominated by the 5th grade level? And when they go on, and what's that look like when they go on to middle school? I'm looking at, I know we put it up on the slide a lot, but I really want to come back to the AOE definition of equity. It says, every student will have access to the educational resources and rigor they need at the right moment in their education. Mm-hmm. Our teachers are telling us that moving the 5th and 6th grade will get them access to the educational resources and rigor that they need as 5th and 6th graders. And that then when they come in, when they come into middle school, combined with students from towns that are disproportionately richer, we're not adding that additional layer on top of them of being, also having been what our teachers are telling us is less prepared. Thanks.
Thank you, Zach. Anybody else on that side before I move back to this side? Patrick, do you want to go?
Sure, I'll go. I've been I went to the community forum, and I've been at most of these discussions, and I've been trying to ask questions of the administration and of Turtle Island that people have brought up in those conversations, also in emails or at the grocery store or the bus stop. And I think that we need to learn, however this shakes out, I think we need to learn from this process. And I think that we need to redouble our efforts to keep the communities that we serve in top of mind when we make decisions like this, and when we consider what might be a change for one of our schools. I also recall back in budget times this year, comment that we needed to think a little more broadly on how our schools get revenue. It was a thing that came up on the board, and we were in the middle of talking about other more pressing issues, and so we didn't have a full-fledged conversation about it. But this sort of opportunity is kind of, I think, speaks to that comment. It's a potential place where we can use some of our assets, which is the buildings that we have, to ease the financial burden a bit. And I know that. I mean, I guess all we can say about the future financial situation is that it's uncertain, and that we don't actually know what kind of available funds there might be in the future for public education. But I think that what is clear is that we're going to need to be creative, and I think this is an example of being creative. I think that this is a far different proposal than what we have discussed in past years about changes that we might need to make as a district, and I'm referring to closing schools outright. And so I'm excited about that prospect. I share the nervousness of the big change that we've heard from many people in public comments. But I do know Honey, and I know Honey's great, and her words carry a lot of weight in my house. Other people as well have spoken really eloquently on this issue and on many different perspectives of this issue. And so I'm in favor of moving forward, but I do want to keep pressing on what is the meat of the memorandum of understanding, and at a risk of opening up more comment in our email box, I'd appreciate more input on that from the community. What do people want in that document? We certainly can't put everything in that everybody suggests, but if you email us, I'm open, at least, and I think many of us are, to reading those suggestions and making sure that we have as much community input in what is in those documents as possible. Thank you.
So I'm appreciative of all the comments I've heard, and I certainly support Turtle Island being in our district, but not with this configuration. The configuration I would support is the one that was passed around earlier, where Turtle Island would have the older wing, and the newer wing would be preserved for the Doty students who are here now. Turtle Island and the rent that we get from them this year, if it comes to pass, will not save Doty. And we're talking about $65,000, $70,000, maybe?
$19 a square foot is what we're proposing.
And that challenge, and the square footage is times, like, I did the calculation of the square footage based on classrooms, and Turtle Island's configuration has like 40, I calculated it's 4,353 square feet. Didn't include the offices, but the classrooms. And the Doty space in the configuration that's being presented is 2,532 in the classrooms. So apples to apples, as opposed to including the gymnasium and the library, which combined constitute 4,797 square feet, which is now shared space in all likelihood, so not exclusively Doty space. And it should be shared space. If Turtle Island's in the building, it should be shared. So I don't think the $65,000, $70,000 that will be generated by Turtle Island will not save Doty as an entity. I think transferring the 4 or 5 up to Rumney will just hasten the demise of Doty, because it's going to be fewer students. The economics just won't work any better next year. They'll be worse next year, and there'll be less money to supply not only teaching, but the specials, and inevitably, the same arguments about the students being deprived of a robust and vigorous education will surface, and then the move for transfer of additional students will come about. And you really can't argue against that. If it's so small a population that the students aren't having a good opportunity, an equitable opportunity, you should follow that. But Turtle Island is it's just not going to save Doty, I don't believe. The money is too small. If it was a for-profit, I think we'd get a better dollar amount per square foot. Ironically, I think it being a nonprofit, we're kind of subsidizing the childcare dilemma that we have. And I don't necessarily think it's going to solve our child care situation. There's no guarantee that the Worcester community will have access on a preferred basis to Turtle Island's daycare services. They have conceded that they would guarantee the pre-K, which is great. But I think those students would have had pre-K at Rumney either way. So I don't see this, again, I firmly believe that we need to support our daycare centers and our early education centers, but I don't necessarily think that our community will have access here. At least there's no guaranteed access unless we write it into the lease. And Patrick, to your point on the memorandum of understanding, our superpower as a board is to ensure that we get input into that memorandum of understanding, because the lease, if I'm assuming some of us have read it, is bare bones. Doesn't say anything about operation. It just talks about access and money and utilities and insurance and things like that. No operational function other than repair and things like that. Basically building stuff, not the interaction between Turtle Island and Doty community. I'm also a little confused with the word partnership. I see partnerships are usually skin in the game on both ends. I don't see where, unless there's going to be some type of interplay between the educators at Turtle Island and the educators at Doty that hasn't really been brought forth very, very clearly. I would say maybe that's a partnership, but the lease is just a landlord-tenant relationship right now. Am I off on the numbers, in terms of the lease numbers?
No.
Okay. Have we explored at all the cost of putting in a doorway? If there was a different configuration, have we explored the cost of putting in a doorway?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but yeah, we've looked at what it costs for putting in what we have proposed, yes.
Well, not what we proposed, but putting in a doorway to make a different configuration work. Have we looked at that?
I have not the dollar amount, no.
Okay, thank you. And we were told that,
Yeah, can you just go, speak to the mic?
Sorry.
We were told that the building utility cost for Doty is $190,000 for this year, and the rent would cover maybe a third of that, even though, at least by classroom size, Turtle Island would have twice the classroom size that the Doty students would. So that doesn't seem very equitable. I do think we should make room for Doty, but just not the way it is here. And so my support is firm but lukewarm, because I'd like to see a different configuration. Thank you.
Are you done, Chris? Oh, you.
Sorry, can we just go back to the point about the door? I think there was a conversation where Stephen answered your question and it did not get caught on the mic, and I don't know the answer to that question either.
So I was asking about a door that would be part of the other configuration.
Right.
And what the cost, and I don't know if, I asked him if that was explored.
We consider, but we don't have a cost estimate on that, is what I answered. I'm sorry if you didn't hear that. My apology.
Okay. So is that what I was hearing earlier was that was not a possibility. Yeah. And I think we just need to be really clear, like, is that a possibility that we just need a cost estimate for, or is it not a possibility?
Zach, and then I have a point of order, and you can. do it.
If we were discussing the proposal that Noah Weinstein had put forward,
Yeah.
it would put the access to Gillian's office inside of the Turtle Island space.
That's interesting and not clear. The implications of that is not clear to me, I guess. But the question that Keely just posed is a really crucial question for me also. I took to understand that this is the only possible configuration. And if someone doesn't support that as the only possible configuration, Chris is an example of that. He's in effect saying he opposes this. I don't love the configuration either, but I think that I do support it. I would prefer a different configuration, but if this is what's possible, so be it. But I do want us to follow up on that question. If we just don't have an estimate, that's a completely other sort of situation. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think this is something I want for every town, and I've learned a lot sort of in the configuration process and so on, and I've learned that it's a well-considered and persuasive viewpoint that younger children do well in smaller learning environments and older children do not do as well in smaller learning environments. And it makes sense to me, it sort of follows for me that our 5th and 6th graders might do well in bigger classrooms, and I think this makes that possible. I also find it, absolutely extraordinary that this possibility has landed in our laps. Like, yes, it's not perfect, it's disruptive, and it's faster than I would like, but in so many ways, it's this great opportunity to be a pilot, as Gillian calls it. I also am deeply uncomfortable with sort of the characterizations of our process as secretive in any way or not transparent. I think a fast process sometimes feels that way, and we're all struggling for information. I, for one, to speak to one email I read today, do not consider myself a void that someone is screaming into. I spent a great deal of time when I probably should be attending to other things, reading email after email and proposal after proposal this week. And yeah, I agree with everyone who said, like, that information is very welcome, and I think it's improving the process. And also, I think this is a good process, and I was reflecting on what you said, Patrick, about my impulse also was to hear what the Worcester representatives had to say, but I think it's also important for us all to remember that we're all Worcester representatives here. We're all district representatives. Amelia and Elizabeth sort of encouraged us to think about the value of interconnections in the district, and this is something we as a district, I think some people came into this district kicking and screaming, and a lot of people are still kicking and screaming, and I get that, and I understand the importance, as Zach said, of this school to this town, and also this is a possible way of anchoring it. And this board is not made up of people who do not live in your community, who are dictating something to you. This board is made up of your community members who are listening to you and trying to balance viewpoints and trying to think 10 years down the road in a very difficult sort of future landscape. And we have to take this seriously. We have to.
Thank you, Daniel. Ursula, sorry, I've been holding you.
I know. Sorry, wait, before we move on, I'm sorry to harp on this, but I just think it's going to save us a lot of headache and a lot of anxiety if we get an answer to, like, is this the proposal and that's the only one that's possible? Or are there other configuration proposals? And Gillian, you spoke a lot earlier about the panels you went into great detail about the electrics and a lot of stuff that I didn't quite understand, but it sounded to me like, in your opinion, any other configuration but this was a no-go. And if that's right, I just want that stated super clearly, that either we go with this or we ditch the Turtle Island partnership.
Yes, and I guess in terms of where a door would be, no matter what the configuration, the construction costs would be the same. One of the great things, I'm just going to say this as an opportunity, when you have the fire marshal come in, is he says, oh, look at that door, it's not up to code. So, and then you're not allowed to ignore it when the fire marshal says that. So regardless, it doesn't matter. There's building of a 2-hour firewall with a 90-minute fire door in the hallway, and there's the replacement of an existing door that is not, it failed.
I'm going to let
I don't know that
Ursula
that
go.
answered my question, sorry. Is this the only configuration
Yes.
possible? Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I'm going to let Ursula go. Oh, because you've been, sorry, I keep jumping.
I get to go now. So I'm going to start, I'm just going to say right up, I do support this partnership. And I think that it's our job as board members to be stewards of our district and our students within our district and our resources within our district. And we've been working really hard to incorporate year-round budgeting, looking at year-round student achievement data. And while the discussion with Turtle Island just recently happened, our conversations about configuration and doing something for our schools that have declining enrollment and therefore very small classrooms started about 1.5 years ago. To be fair, it started a lot of years ago, and we've had study after study after study after study of a variety of types, but our most recent conversation started about 1.5 years ago. And I thought that it would be important to go back because we were told by a large number of community members that we were not listening to them, and that we weren't hearing what they had said to us, and that we didn't come to them and ask what they wanted. So I went back through our correspondence from our earlier configuration community discussions, and in July of 2024, there was a letter signed by over 180 people, most of them from Worcester, some from Middlesex, some from East Montpelier, and some from Calais, that supported, it was a very long letter, it supported several ideas. One of them included asking us to look at community school ideas. And it said that they valued keeping pre-K through 4, our youngest students, in their local schools. From the August 19th, 2024 configuration packet, I pulled up comments that were made during a configuration community conversation where we used the World Table Model. There were 11 different comments that ranged from partnerships with daycares or paying entities, elder care therapy offices, etc. Creative ways to keep our small schools open. There were multiple of those. Keeping early elementary local, pre-K through 3/4. There were 2 of those. Schools become community centers and daycares. There were 2 of those comments. Older kids to nearby larger schools, younger students in their community school, partnering with a daycare or elder care. Early ed centers, K through 3, in schools, rentable space. Community school model, there were 2 of those comments. In July, on the 2nd, there was a virtual forum, and again, the pre-K through 3 in the local communities was brought up. June 26th, we had 4 comments that are very similar. Younger kids close to home, community schools, younger kids at Doty, older kids at Rumney, early childcare needed, and pre-K in small towns. So this opportunity, it's come up that this opportunity sort of just landed in our lap. Amelia brought up it's sort of luck. We have to move quickly, and Gillian has done this, and also conversation. So yes, it has put us in a position where we have to look at transitioning some of our students to a nearby elementary school, and we're doing it quicker than we maybe want to. And also, it gives us the opportunity to put those students in classrooms where they will be able to access the rigorous education that they need in a better situation. They're going to have more peers to have ideas and share ideas. They're going to have more access to peers, which increases their ability to find those affinity friends that we talked about. It supports our community. Turtle Island pointed out, they've got 40% of their kids are from our district. So that's 40% of their kids that are families in our district that now have to figure out other childcare options, whether it's pre-care kids or even younger ones. And then that means if they can't find it, they're out of the workforce. We've heard from some of our very own teachers that work within our district, which we are responsible for, that they would be put in a very tenuous situation where they may not be able to work for us anymore. And we don't just have like teachers walking around on the street we can pick up and grab and bring in. We've been struggling to fill positions. We're not just going to find new people that know our schools. Also, I feel like when we keep having conversations about but the budget numbers for Doty next year, and we should keep the 5 and 6 here so that our numbers look better, and then we look more viable. Is that really what's best for these students who are in small classrooms? I worry when we look at our math numbers on ed quality, from an ed quality standpoint, our math numbers are ones that we struggle in. We specifically struggle with students who are economically disadvantaged, which has been brought up multiple times from the community, that this is a community that has a high percentage of students who are economically disadvantaged. Putting 4 students in a group to learn grade level math together does not give them the breadth of information that they need. They're not getting large group work. They're not able to work in peer, right? We're gonna call it educationally peers. So if you're struggling in something, may not be somebody in that group of 4 that is struggling the same way. So now you will be isolated even more in a one-on-one situation when that may not be what is best for you. So we're asking our most vulnerable students to stay in an isolated school for comfort. Of people, Honey spoke, these kids are curious. They've asked questions and she's brought answers, and they're not as apprehensive. Our kids are so flexible. And this brings a pre-K option back to Doty, where the pre-K students have currently been at Rumney. So those are the reasons that I support this.
Thank you, Ursula. Yeah, thank you, Ursula. Okay, so we have a long budget. Everybody has been, we have a great board. Everybody has been very coherent in their comments, very thoughtful. I can't say it better than any of you guys had said it, and you don't need another speech from me. So I think we should move on with that, thinking that we're here all together in service of all our students. And could somebody be willing to put a motion on the table to vote for the proposal as presented by the administration? And then we can move on into talking about lease. That doesn't mean that we don't talk about the lease. We will talk about the lease, but knowing that we're going to move forward. There's no point in talking about the lease if we're not moving forward.
Well, there is, we should be talking about the lease.
Yeah.
We should be talking about the lease so we know what we're moving forward with. The lease is a very important.
So we will.
That's the governing document.
Yeah. So we will work towards the lease that you want, knowing that we're moving forward. We can't do one, they need direction. They can't keep doing this and wasting time on this without it. So I made some notes here. Let's just put a motion on the table on support or not support for the motion. Oh, Michelle.
A motion to support, what do you want me to say, support to Turtle Island?
The proposal by the administration. So it's not, I think we have to understand our roles is still here, they are a partnership with us, and I know that there's been some questions asked about that, but it's still a private-public partnership with us. So the proposal as presented in the memo by our very own superintendent and obviously Gillian.
I move to support the proposal brought forward by Stephen and Gillian. What was the rest of it? I mean, you got it.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's it. Okay, could I have a second?
Second.
Second by Zach. Okay. Any discussion or question? And yeah, go to Diane. Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to be very clear that I absolutely believe that we all have responsibility together, that we all need to be fiscally responsible, that early care is a critical point. I want to say, though, that we have also identified as a core value community engagement and transparency. And that doesn't mean I get to pick and choose what community comments and engagement that I will only pay attention to. So for me, I am not in support of this simply because I don't, for me, more people should have been at the table, and so that is where my greatest concern comes, because yes, we can all collectively think this way, but we are also very loudly hearing from a number of community members about this impact, and you know, it's easy enough for me to say from Berlin that, but if these conversations were happening in Berlin, then I think we need a bigger table. So that, I just want to be sure people understand why I'm voting it down, and why I'm voting no and not.
Okay, so all those in favor? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Patrick.
I'm not sure why we have a motion on the table, that's why we're voting, but beyond that, why aren't we having the discussion of the lease first?
We're going to have the discussion on the lease. We have answered all the questions I have. We're not making the final decision how that lease is going to look like until our next meeting. So knowing that the proposal is going forward allows us to get that MOU and the lease to the point that we want. So if the lease is the last document that we would approve, and that would be the solidifying our partnership with them. Today, we're telling them, you're not in limbo, and we're telling our administrators, you don't need to keep, like, you know, wasting your time in this lease if it's gonna go down. We are gonna either do it in public session right now or go into executive session to make sure that that lease represents what the board wants that lease to say. So that's why we just need direction.
So this is a vote to move to the next, to keep moving forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the only thing you would be voting no at the next time would be the lease, if you're not happy with the lease. But you're not saying you don't want a partnership, right? Unless that lease doesn't represent the partnership that you don't want.
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm not comfortable saying I would want the partnership. I want to move, I think what we're talking about doing is moving forward to see what the details of the partnership would be like.
Yes, correct.
Can you repeat the motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Repeat the motion? Just because I think it's different than what Patrick's thinking, to be.
Should I do it in the mic?
Yeah,
thank you, Lee.
Sure. Actually, all it is that Michelle moved to support the proposal as presented in the memo by Superintendent Dellinger-Pate and Gillian. Should I put the date of the memo at least, or?
Yep.
And that would be today?
May 7.
Date on the what?
On the memo.
Yesterday.
So we will be working on the lease contingent in that memo, how it was presented.
Could I propose an amendment?
Sure.
That we amend the motion to say that we are voting to move forward with the proposal. The distinction being that.
Are you making a motion?
Amendment.
The distinction being that by we're not foretelling our support for this without seeing any documents that have the details in it.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
I second that.
I don't know what
The
the
amended.
difference is right now,
Motion
but
to
just
amend.
hold on 1 minute, because there's that question here before the amendment.
I guess I've got a question for Patrick. So you're saying right now that you are willing to move forward and look at documents. You want the administration in Turtle Island to continue creating documents, but that at our next meeting, we might all say no?
Yeah.
So I think that what we're hearing from our administration and from Turtle Island is that they need an answer now on whether or not we're going to support moving forward with this proposal so they can continue doing the work, or if we break our ways now. That's what people are asking for. That's how I understood it.
I'm not comfortable I'm not comfortable approving a process without seeing the details of the process. We have.
Did you read the lease that was sent to you?
Of course I did, but we haven't discussed it. We haven't we haven't
We
drafted
had an option to
the MOU.
discuss it
Okay, wait,
prior to this.
One minute. I'm gonna let, the point of order, I'm gonna let Zach, and then we're gonna go back to the amendment, but I'm gonna let Zach speak for a minute. Are you trying to clear this?
Yeah, I'll be short. It's germane to this.
Yeah.
We've gotten a lot of commentary about sort of the burden, the uncertainty, the need for transition, the need to preserve tradition for our kids. I think it would be a lot better for these kids to give them an answer too, so that we can really dive into the work of doing the transition if we're going to do the transition. There's not that much school left. I don't want to blow another 2 weeks for them.
And we would, Patrick, I don't know if this helps the process, the lease that we will be working on is on the proposal as presented by Stephen right now. So when the lease comes back to us, we will discuss right now. So you can add anything that you want that will help you support the lease document. But what you're saying right now is like you support us moving forward with the partnership so that Gillian can tell the 5th and 6th graders what is happening. They can start doing some of that work themselves while we figure out the lease that we're gonna sign at the next meeting, okay? Those are the details. So the MOU needs to be comprehensive, the memorandum of understanding, and the lease needs to be comprehensive. Right now, we're moving ahead and saying, from what I was hearing from you guys, is that moving forward with the partnership with them. So, and if you're not comfortable with that, you can always vote at.
No, I'm clear on that. I'm not doing this in bad faith. I'm not trying to put new roadblocks in that next time we would vote differently just to spite the process. I'm saying we should. I think this is out of order. I think that we're not having a discussion of the details of the lease. We're planning to have a discussion of the details of the lease after this vote. I just think that's out of order. I am happy to with the amendment that I proposed that we're. I would be happy to vote on whether or not we should move forward.
Okay, Daniel, where you had to clarify.
I was just going to point out, I think you can adopt this as a policy contingent on an acceptable MOU and an acceptable lease. Like those still have to pass muster. We still have to authorize a lease. There's still an opportunity to arrest the process. But for now, I think it's worth, based on what people have said, it's worth giving the level of certainty that adopting this as a policy. Policy is an awkward term, perhaps, and the policy committee chair has a problem with it, perhaps. But
so to follow up on Daniel's statement about the community being involved in the process of looking at the lease, I would move that we, or at least I'm going to propose that we move that we work on the lease and the memorandum of understanding at a community forum so that the community can weigh in on it prior to getting to the point where we're going to vote on both. Because it would seem to be, we would want to have community input and as part of our negotiation on the memorandum of understanding and the lease before we get to the final stage in 2 weeks or whenever it is, where we're actually voting, because that's too late then to have serious input by the community members. And I think the Worcester community wanted to have some input on the memorandum of understanding because it intimately involves them and their access to the school property.
And we can talk about those details when we're talking about the lease and the memorandum right now. I don't disagree with that, so let's just talk about that when we're talking about the memorandum of understanding. And then, like now, if you're okay with it, Patrick, can we move forward with the motion as is then on the table?
I apologize for dragging this out, but I think Daniel's point is a good one, a contingent on.
And I think that's what, yeah.
Is that in the motion?
You could amend it.
A friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that if that's what you do with friendly.
Okay. Lisa, do you have?
Just add a clause. I propose an amendment adding a clause to the end of the proposal contingent on an acceptable lease and memorandum of understanding.
Okay, so let's vote on that amendment. first, and then I need a second for that amendment.
So can I just bring a point of order for the board? So there was an amendment offered and seconded and discussion that occurred, but they've now, what I understand, I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, that there is a revision of that amendment to Daniel's language, is what I'm hearing. That's what you are probably voting on at this moment, if you were to vote.
We're voting in Daniel's language.
So,
Do you want to withdraw yours?
Yeah, I'll withdraw mine.
you second?
Okay, I didn't realize that Patrick's had a second. Sorry, I missed that Patrick got a second.
Yeah,
Because I thought
so that, they just rescinded theirs.
Okay, so we don't,
Now, Daniel is posing an amendment to.
okay, so we have an amendment.
I'll second Daniel's.
Can you read it? Just the amendment to the motion?
Just, so to the original motion that I read before, right?
Yeah, an amendment, the amendment to the original motion. We'll vote, yeah.
Just adding the language, comma, contingent on an acceptable lease and MOU.
An MOU, yeah. So that was, so just a point of order, Daniel's made that motion, and it got
Daniel.
seconded by Patrick.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment as presented? Please say.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed?
No, because it's just the amendment.
You what?
Correct. So,
Any no's on the
Okay,
on the amendment?
wait.
Just the amendment.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. And didn't
Oh,
I just
you
say
voted-
any
You're good,
opposed?
okay.
Okay, any opposed? I already said that. And any abstentions?
No, no. Did we just
On the
have-
amendment?
On the
Yeah,
amendment.
I had said it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the amendment passes. Now, we're voting on the motion.
Yes.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay, based on the current configuration.
Okay. So it's my understanding we have 3 nays. And any abstentions?
Natasha abstains.
And 1 abstention. The motion carries. Thank you. 3 nays and 1 abstention.
But how many?
And all 14 of us are here.
Okay. So now we can have the discussion on the lease in open session or in executive session. I want to give you 5 minutes break at least, and also the understanding that it's 9:55, right? So,
I move that we have
a 5.
a 5-minute break.
5-minute break, okay. See you here at 10:01. So we're gonna look at the lease right now and just go item by item and do it in open session, like it's been requested by the board. And, oh, we have paper copies. We don't have paper copies. You have a device near you?
On the screen?
Okay. So how do we want to do this? You guys had a chance to read it, so instead of like reading it all here because of the time, if you have specific input in one of the areas, yes. Diane.
It's just a clarification.
Yeah, use your mic.
So I'm just wondering if there is needed construction, who is doing that? Is it them or is it us?
We're doing the needed construction. There's a limited amount, I would say, yes.
And, okay, so will that be quoted to us at any point? And so that we understand what that is and how it might impact timeline too?
I can bring you the numbers when we have them. It's not significant, so, yeah, okay.
Can you describe what it is?
The fire door wall, there's one other door that has to be built, and the other major expense was we have to swap out 1 or 2 of our fire sensors so that it is also a CO2 sensor, carbon monoxide sensor.
Fencing and playground?
They're going to take care of the fencing. We'll put that in as part of that. And our playground equipment's still our playground equipment, so. I would say that the largest part of the lease, just to speak about it, is we looked at what is commercial leasing, what does it look like dollar-wise around the region. It's all over the place as to what commercial leasing is and what is included in a lease. I got leases from 2 other school systems that were mentioned as having programs. And I would say that our lease mirrors theirs in all the legalese. In terms of the cost per square foot that those other districts charged, it was less than what we were looking at, significantly less for one district. So we were looking at $19 a square foot as being a reasonable amount that includes utilities, so that we did not have to separate off all of the utilities, and it includes some additional custodial work as well, so cleaning as well.
How much? Just regular cleaning their classrooms or what?
Yeah, just general cleaning, yeah, picking up the garbage, those kinds of things.
Go ahead, Daniel.
I was going to ask about the subject of the property tax and thinking about the worst case scenario where there's a determination that an exemption is not permitted. I understand that it's the obligation of the tenant to pay that, and I assume that it's also on a part of the building, not on the full building. It's on the part used by them. Have we quantified what that tax exposure would be?
No, that's what when I read to you what the attorney said, there's a whole calculation set of things that would have to go into how much would that be if it wasn't tax exempt. However, there's also precedent that nonprofit operating within a school with funds from our school system for some of the kids that are in it would be a pretty good argument that they wouldn't have to pay property tax. However, we have an item 12 in our lease. It says
I saw that.
Right, so we put that in there to cover any potential taxes. Although the attorney is pretty much advising that it's not likely, but we want to protect ourselves within the lease itself.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad that the language is in there, that they're responsible for it. I worry that it falls apart if we haven't quantified the liability. And I thought Will's email was pretty persuasive that it is going to be a problem. And I understand our lawyer has said it probably won't be.
Right.
And then I read the language, and that reinforced what Will had said, that it's not just any nonprofit that can apply for this. There are specified classes of nonprofits and specified activities, and this didn't fall into any of those categories. And obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but I found it even more persuasive what he said after reading that. So I just worried that if we're talking about like $15,000 in tax exposure on top of their rent, if that becomes an obstacle and we haven't done the math ahead of time, I worry.
So I will ask our attorney for further clarification of what the potential risk is in this area.
Okay.
Any other input on the lease as presented? Can you use the mic if you have input? Chris, sorry.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Stephen, on I think that said clause number 1, where it talks about limiting the use to legally permitted ancillary uses, are we tying that, I'm assuming that's only related to childcare?
Correct.
Okay. And the number 2, where it talks about the lease renewal, it seems to me that that language means an automatic renewal after 2 years for 1 year without any type of trigger, where it says, you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, on number 2 is that the lease would renew for 1 12-month term unless otherwise terminated as provided in the document.
Right, so that's an automatic renewal for another year after the 2 years
Unless we choose
to terminate.
Terminate.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. I was unclear, and I wasn't able to download it, but number 8, where it talks about damage from elements not from the negligence or fault of the landlord accepted. I wasn't really clear on what that language meant.
I'll have to ask the attorney. I don't want to guess it.
No, I don't either. I just, it's not,
I'll
not
double
clear to me.
I don't want to guess either.
Others can ask questions. I'm just going to go through a list of clarifications that I was
Yep.
looking for. So in terms of number 12, where there's any type of, it looked like it was limited to determination by Worcester or court of competent jurisdiction. And I'm wondering if we should include an administrative or other entity of competent jurisdiction, including court, because sometimes those tax issues are not necessarily decided by a court. Just broadening that a little bit. And also, who bears the legal cost for, if there's a challenge, who bears the legal cost for ironing that out?
Gotcha.
Okay. Number 14, which talks about assignment, that may be a standard lease, in a commercial lease, but do we want to even offer the opportunity for them to assign the lease at all? As I read that assignment provision, it looks like they could assign it or sublet their space, and we couldn't say it on the, we couldn't.
No, we would want,
So I
It
think we
says
need to
no,
modify that language.
It says the tenant will not assign mortgage or
hypothecate this
It's
lease, nor sublet
let
or lease the premise
premise
or
of-
any part thereof without
they
the consent.
can't do it, yeah.
Without the consent, which consent shall not be unreasonably withheld.
Gotcha.
So it gives more power to them to say, oh, this is what we want to do this, and,
Gotcha.
okay? And just hypothecate means to pledge it for a loan or something.
I taught math.
You did, okay.
We have hypothesis.
Oh, I see, I didn't know it, I had to look it up. I was glad to see that they're required to get fire insurance too.
Correct.
In there, good. Is $1 million enough?
It's, so there is a standard sum that, or standard insurance that is asked of all child care providers that get Act 166 money in our region, and this is in line with that.
But is that the minimal amount? Do we want, I'm asking if we want more.
So that is what our entire region has determined is the right amount of insurance for any of them. So we're going to, I would recommend that we stay with that number.
Okay, and the same for the liability?
Yes. Okay. So those are, every child care provider in our region who offers Act 166 money has to have that requirement, no matter whether they're in a school building or their own building.
Okay. Do we need to build into the lease the guarantee spots for Worcester pre-K?
I think that's in the MOU. Okay. Is my piece. I know I'm trying to get something here. You can keep asking questions.
Anything else, Chris, or I'll pass
Yeah,
it to somebody else?
one final thing I have is in the addendum, where it talks about the indemnification beyond insurance. It seems to me it's somewhat hollow because it only applies if they didn't have insurance.
Okay. What would be the recommendation there?
Just to see whether or not we wanted to say something different, because it almost seems to be redundant to me. That if they have the insurance and they're required to have it as part of the lease, whether or not we want to.
Where are you, Chris?
It's in the addendum, and it's at the indemnification clause. And I think it's in italics that it says, this only applies if they don't have insurance.
Where do you see italics, Chris?
Yeah.
Can you help me?
You see what I'm talking about?
No. It's like, I thought I read this.
Here, up top,
Several
second clause in, says, it is further agreed that the tenant agrees to protect, indemnify, defend, and hold harmless the landlord against and from any claim or cause arising from any negligence or actual fault by the tenant or its employee. Actually, then that's different than, that does not have the clause I was talking about, which did have italics. The one that was sent around by Melissa, we should double check that to see what they have.
Okay, well.
The one that doesn't have.
It doesn't have the clause that I have in
No, this
the
is
electronic version.
The one we have.
It was, it was in the
It's on page
addendum, and
9.
it's the indemnification provision.
You have it?
I have it on the electronic version. I don't have the clause that he's talking about.
Yeah, I have it on the electronic version. I don't have the clause. What page are you
It's,
at?
9.
it's
Go
the
to page
addendum,
9.
it's the addendum.
Page 9,
All right.
there you go, to the top, second item, indemnification.
Oh, here, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have it.
I don't,
No, I don't see it in there either.
so it should just read like this.
Yeah,
It is
that's
further
exactly
agreed
what
that
it
the
should.
tenant.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's correct. Okay.
All right, just to be clear, I'm putting on for the public, I'm getting the lease out so that they can see, because we're discussing it in
Yeah,
open
it's
session.
okay.
So I just want to make sure that I let the board know,
Yeah.
so. Yes.
One question about the insurance part, though.
Yes.
For early childhood programs, there's something where there's an additional part that has to say about sexual abuse, protection, you know what I mean? There's got to be part of the insurance that covers any potential charges of sexual abuse. That's in the newer.
Okay, all right, we'll make sure.
So, yeah, so just
So
clarify
I was
that
going to put this
statement.
back in front of Rebecca as well,
Yeah.
because she's the one who does insurance for.
And if you take a look at any of the insurance
Mhm.
pages that your preschool programs have now, you'll see that clause from VISBA.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're good.
All right. Any other input on the lease? Okay. Hearing none, we're going to move forward with, this is not a vote right now, we're just moving forward with the input that we gave. Stephen, go ahead.
I just want to make, clear, the beginnings of the MOU will be out to the board and the community tomorrow. We've got some of it, but I just did not have enough to put it in a board packet.
Yeah.
So we'll get that out so that people can start reviewing that as well.
Yeah, but just remember, do not reply all. Do not get in a conversation. The only conversations that can happen about the MOU are at the board meeting, okay? Thank you. All right, so we're gonna, advocating as a board. Yeah. So I added a memo about advocating as a board. We tabled it once. It is 10, I don't even know what time it is anymore, 10:17, and I want to be thoughtful to our administrators too, and to some of us that still have work to do because we spent too much time doing other things today. So if you have any input to that memo, I'm looking, and I know, Natasha, you've been really busy, so it was just, I shared it with Ursula and asked her for input, put the memo in here. I don't know that we have the brain to discuss this tonight unless you guys feel differently. Okay, so we're going to move on.
Can
Yes.
I know, but would you please bring it back up again in another agenda item?
You what?
Bring up the memo again?
Yes, I'll bring it up again. We tabled it the last time, and I brought it up as soon as we had a meeting, and we'll bring it again. I'm not sure that we'll be able to bring it on the 21st, because we are going to have a pretty packed agenda with things we need to do, but we will make sure to bring it up on the 21st if we can. Then we have a board retreat, a reminder and update. Our first board retreat is with our administrators, and that is June 4th. And we're gonna, you saw the change in the calendar because we were doing it at 6 and we put it at 5 so that we don't let our leadership team go too late, but also for us to not, another night out and be too late. So it's in a regular meeting schedule, so it shouldn't be a surprise to you, but just a reminder of what we will be. But we were having a combined retreat, and then we have a retreat in August. So just check your calendar. Then we have the policy committee discussion. We have several things for second reading. I'm looking at our board chair.
I'm going to move that we table it till next time.
Thank God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Second.
So Chris moved to table it. Ursula second. Everybody in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Can we do personnel, please, on page 12? Can you?
I move that we approve the resignation of Elizabeth Marks, social studies teacher at U32, and Nancy Robertson, health teacher at Berlin, with thanks. And I move that we approve, and with great sadness, I move we approve the resignation of Arlen Brookley, library, media, and technology specialist at EMES.
Thank you, Zach. Could I have a second? Second. Second by Michelle. I just want to say it's a huge loss for our district to have Arlen be living, and with thanks to all the other. Zach, you have.
I would also like to note, I think it's important the board recognize the consequences of his actions. Arlen's position was one of the ones that we cut from full-time to part-time for next year. And so I think it's important, even when these are the right decisions, it's important for us to recognize that those decisions sometimes have costs.
Can we correct that? Because we didn't cut it to part-time. She was split in between two buildings.
Oh.
And it's because of our numbers. So we didn't cut her position. It's just, her position now is going to be, am I have that right?
Okay, yeah.
I'm looking at, yeah. So it is also our, again, yes, I agree with you, as a consequence, not just of our actions, but our declining enrollment and our ability to serve our students and our existing configuration. But it's with great sadness that we see Arlen, who has pioneered a lot of things for us in the district, and dear friend, we're really sorry to see her leave.
That should be noted.
Yeah. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Then we have
Needs to
the.
be number 7.
The what?
Yeah. There's one more on personnel.
Yeah, there's one more in personnel, yeah.
I move we approve Jocelyn Blakely as a longest-term substitute for U32 for the 24-25 school year.
Second.
All of those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay, so now we can move to the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes of April 16th and April 30th.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Ursula. Thank you, Daniel. Any discussion, any amendments to the minutes? Not seeing any hands up. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay. Future agenda items. I haven't pulled out our work plan. So if you guys, so we'll definitely have the lease, the MOU for Charter Island. I'm rapidly looking for my work plan.
Obviously advocating as a board.
Yeah, advocating as a board. I'm just going to make sure that it fits within our, sorry.
MOU and the lease.
And a discussion of the MOU, like an update of changes and modifications, and I just, sort of as a board reflection, but sort of a future agenda item, we had a comment online asking what the process will be for community input. So maybe, Stephen, if you could just repeat what you said before.
So the draft MOU will be posted by tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have a feedback form to collect information from the community, and then the board as well will have an opportunity to weigh in.
Okay, so now moving into.
Sorry, future item for the list, do we still have discussing the, what's the catch-all word? Students who go to early college as well as community, and what was the origin of those programs, and how are they affecting our enrollment?
Yes, yeah, and we have, so on the 21st, we had for learning, but we're going to have a retreat. So we might have to shuffle some things. We have a finance report and student achievement winter assessments, but.
Say what now? Oh, yeah.
The winter assessments, because
We're
we're meeting
planning
tomorrow.
to bring it.
Yeah, a report.
We meet tomorrow.
Okay.
Remind
So, and it is our quarterly financial report, so we should do that at our next meeting. And we will have, of course, the principal report, the student report. There's a lot to celebrate about the Career Center, too. Policy, as we table something, it would be as needed. So we definitely will need policy for the next meeting. Okay. With that, we can move into board reflection. Okay. I'm just going to say I'm really proud of our board, and so I'm going to move now into public comment. And I see one hand already. Lisa, please go ahead.
Thanks. Lisa Hanna, Worcester. I just have a few comments following your conversation. Number one, this is all about Turtle Island. When this was proposed, it was framed that Turtle Island being in the larger wing of Doty, and in fact, the choice of Doty to begin with largely had to do with the fire door placement. But tonight, it was unveiled that in fact—
Lisa, could you hold just a minute? Is it just me, or is it really hard to understand? Okay, I thought that I was losing it. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Spencer, any words of advice? Can you hear fine? And it's just, it's not higher, it's just like, there's some, oh, it might be on your side, Lisa, so just, yeah. Okay, try again. Is your mic?
How does this sound now?
Yes, better.
Better? Okay. So I'll start again. When this was all proposed, it was framed that Turtle Island being in the larger wing, and in fact, the choice of Doty to begin with largely had to do with the fact of fire door placement. But tonight, it was unveiled that, to the best of my understanding, the district is going to pay to move or rebuild that same fire door from where it is now to just a few feet down the hall. I'm assuming because Turtle Island needs that second bathroom. I'm not sure why it wasn't discussed. Are you all aware that this proposal would require moving this critical fire door, even though it was framed to us that the placement of this door was critical in the choice of our building in the larger side of the building? If we're moving a fire door, why can't we put it in a different spot or in another building? Number two, why don't we have a contractor looking at construction questions and options for other doors that could keep 5-6 in the building? Why are we just digging around in closets looking for plans, and when we can't find them, taking our best guesses as to what is possible? We are about to make $65,000 a year in a rental agreement at Doty. We can't commit to using that money to pay for security for the doors to the exteriors in our art and music and library, so our 5-6 kids don't have to be moved. I think I heard it said tonight that the 5-6 kids walking outside from the art and music room to the library would be prohibited, but moving our kids to another town is not. This feels absurd. I'm appalled that there were no questions tonight asked about what the experience of students at Doty next year will look like. How crowded will they be in their art class, in the principal's office? Where exactly will they even learn math on Wednesdays? Where will parents meet with our administrator who is giving up her office space for an inadequate classroom space? Quite frankly, the students of Worcester were ignored tonight. Finally, I taught 5-6 at Doty for 10 years. I respect Honey's opinion as the current 5-6 teacher and the teacher of my own child right now, but I respectfully disagree pretty strongly with her perspective. Here's another teacher perspective. For many students in my 10 years, the growth and learning of young adolescents as leaders in a small town and a small school is unprecedented. They navigate challenges with friendships that transcend allying with people who they choose because they are like them, and instead learn to befriend people who are very different from them because they live in a small town. At a critical time in their development, they're engaged in their home community. Talk about place-based education, which is in the proposal, at a time when this engagement establishes roots and foundations in the formation of their identities. I'll leave it at that, but I could go on. Please reach out. I'm happy to share with you more about seeing opportunities of 5-6 at Doty rather than deficits. It was framed at the beginning of this meeting to look for opportunities rather than deficits, and tonight I heard a lot of talk about 5-6 at Doty being a deficit mindset. Quite frankly, I feel pretty disappointed and frustrated with a lot of that was missed today. But specifically, did you know we're rebuilding and moving a fire door that was framed as sort of the foundation of this whole decision? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Lauren?
Thank you. I do have a couple things. One is a point of correction. I think Ursula at one point said 40% of the students currently served by Turtle Island are in the Washington Central School District. The Turtle Island sheet actually shows only 27% of the children served by Turtle Island. Is that true? Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah,
It's
that's
27% of the
27%.
families.
Yes, yeah.
Of families, okay. So whether they have 1 or 2 children or 4, I don't know. But that's this is not a service to the Washington Central School District. I just want to point that number out. I also want to point out in the proposal, one solution for the music room was using the library, and the justification for that was that the current music teacher prefers using the library. My only assumption here is that the current space is inadequate to teach music. And so I'm not sure how moving a teacher out of one inadequate space into another is really a great plan. And I guess moving forward, if we continue reducing our positions at Doty, I wonder how easy it will be to find a music teacher when this teacher eventually, may eventually leave if their position is reduced even further, finding a music teacher who wants to teach in a library as their primary classroom space. Finally, and I say this with a heavy heart, I'm not saying this out of anger or fear. I feel like a lot of emotions have been assigned to the comments that are shared with the board that are inaccurate. I say this with a heavy heart, and I say it actually from what I believe is what is fair and just. To Michaelin's point, the Turtle Island issue and the moving of 5-6 should be two separate discussions. I feel the administration and the school board has failed the Doty 5th and 6th graders. There seems to be a lot of concern tonight for Doty students, their needs, academic needs, social needs, their math skills. There has been a lot of discussion tonight about the Doty 5th and 6th graders. My question is, if Doty students have been such a great concern to this administration and district, why are they just coming up now on May 7th? You have had months, if not years, to address what you perceive as a problem. And I would echo Lisa's sentiments about the varied, benefits to all of our different schools. As Flora, you have said, equity is not equality. Equity does not mean the same. The Doty experience may look different than the Rumney experience or the Callis experience, but it does not mean those students are not gaining valuable skills. And so again, how the Doty students have been categorized as needing these great supports tonight in May, it seems that this is an afterthought. And yes, as I said, my child will be fine. Children are resilient, but that is not the point. My question is, why was no one on the board or in the administration this concerned about Doty students before this Turtle Island lease came about? Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Lila?
Thank you. And I'm not going to repeat Lauren's and Lisa's comments. I think they were eloquent. I'm also very disappointed in how this has played out and how many, many concerns were just not addressed, especially about possible alternative configurations and about the real deficits that are going to be felt at the school in terms of the remaining classroom space under this proposal. I don't think the board, took that into account. It's related to my concern that I wanted to bring up, which is to say that the feedback for the MOU is a feedback form. I had heard the board talking about having more community involvement, trying to understand what the community thought was important to include. And frankly, I do not have faith that feedback forms, will achieve the same purpose as actually sitting down with people and talking through how, a reconfigured school would look and incorporating that in the MOU. I didn't have time to look at the lease. I assume the lease somehow incorporates by reference the MOU, so it's important that the MOU really reflects everything we want. And I don't see talking about some kind of feedback form as adequate. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. The steering committee is meeting, and we can talk about it when the steering committee meets. Are everybody okay? Somebody in the audience want to speak, or we're good? Oh, we have it. Okay, it's Sophia and then Allison. And then I just also want to say that I'm going to want to do a time check and be thoughtful about that. So it's 10:35. So go ahead, Sophia.
I don't have a prepared statement, but I want to both appreciate you all for your time and your efforts, and also to reiterate that our kids are not being honored here, and the community is being split, and there is not enough information at hand to go forward with this proposal. And I've heard during this meeting that the construction costs would be the same for any configuration, and yet we're only considering one configuration. And the community group that has done an immense amount of organizing and research around this issue has put forth multiple viable proposals that serve 5, 6 and keep them in the school and bring early childhood education from Turtle Island into Doty. It is not a black and white situation. It's not either or. We can serve both communities and bring a lot of vitality into both. And I want a very, very clear response somewhere, to a response to any letter, to the community comments in this meeting. Why are the other configurations that are completely viable and have been proven so, why are they not being considered? And why is this configuration the only option as people are saying yes to moving forward? Why are other configurations not on the table? Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Allison?
Hi, so I am a current employee at Doty. I'm the 3rd and 4th grade teacher. And I want to apologize to Worcester and to the majority of the families in my class for not speaking up sooner. I've heard some things thrown around tonight about teachers are speaking out for this, but there are teachers in the building who teach some of the kids who are impacted by this decision and who have been working at the school for a long amount of time, and have been speaking up at the school level. And I'm sorry I didn't speak out publicly earlier. But there are a few things I'd like to point out, and I also don't have a prepared statement, so forgive me if I stumble. But I want to say that public school teachers are asked to use research-based practices in their lessons and the way they create their classroom communities. And there is a fair amount of research out there about the impacts of fragmenting students' experiences, especially students on free and reduced lunch, and moving them between schools, and the negative social emotional impacts as well as the academic impact. And especially looking at some of these Doty kids who, as someone on the board pointed out, had been moved as preschoolers, now are going to be moved again as 4th graders or 5th graders, and then moved again at U32. I would just ask that the board really do look at the research and consider the impact on this community. I really love these students and love this community, and am seriously concerned for them. And many families in my class have voiced that concern to me. I also want to challenge some of the numbers that have been thrown around. This has been really rubbing me the wrong way. I taught all these kids, and I have the roster in front of me right now. There are currently 6 kids in the class that's being called a 4-kid class, and one of those kids is maybe moving, but no paperwork has been submitted. And I know it's a tiny class. I get the point. It's a tiny class, but that number 4 has been thrown around with a lot of power, and there are more than 4 kids in that math class for next year. So I just am speaking up for that one child or 2 children who I know personally and deserve to be included in that number. And I want to say this. There have been other plans outlined to administrators in the district on how to keep 5, 6 at Doty, without changing the terms of the lease, without switching the building or building any extra doors. The next few years, kindergarten classes are projected to be tiny. They're projected to be 5 kids, 4 kids, 3 kids. And there are ways to use just our side of the building, the white side of the map, and keep those classes of 3 kindergartners or 5 kindergartners in the building and maintain 5, 6, 3, 4, and 1, 2. And if all 6th graders are going to U32 in a year or two, we can have a K1, a 2, 3, and a 4, 5 class very comfortably in the building. So I just want to put out there that other solutions have been proposed that wouldn't actually impact the terms of the lease. We don't have to switch the sides of the building or do any special construction. And apologies to Worcester for not speaking up sooner and not preparing a statement, but I just wanted to make sure that some inaccuracies were pointed out.
Thank you, Allison. Spencer, do you want to give? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen. These are questions I've generated from 8:24 to 10:15 tonight. Why was Romney not considered when Calais and Doty and Berlin was? It's the closest to Montpelier, an existing Turtle Island building, and I walked it last week, and it has few separate wings. And I'm just wondering, Stephen, if I can just get an answer on that before I proceed, because it matters for my comments.
It was considered, and it wasn't viable for more than 2 rooms.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And the fact that Gillian is gone and not hearing her community speak right now online is wrong and sad, and we all have to work in the morning. Art on a cart to art in a closet. I think that was bad optics for your last document. And they've already raised music in the library. I don't know what the logic was there. And if this is an attractive plan for the district, I'm wondering why it's a 2-year term on this lease. I'll just let you answer that later, I guess. And I wanted to know how this plan to move Turtle Island to Doty tracks with their grand plan to build a large capacity building at Country Club Road down the road. You all just said this is a great opportunity for partnership or a piece of music or lucky art. I truly hope that Turtle Island stays for a year 3 or year 4 or year 5 or year 6. With all that is happening in the state here and with all that is happening here in this room and statewide, I truly don't know if they will. I hope even when the governor kicks grades pre-K through 4 out of Doty, I hope Turtle Island stays for the community and downtown Worcester. Because how likely is the governor to approve or applaud your district schools that will house 0 to 4 or even 0 to 6? And I do question, have the students of kindergarten that are going to be switching back to Rumney next year, you don't know the success rate or the level until it actually happens. But I agree that children are resilient and immediate. They don't think in the long term or with their emotions. In response to Diana's reflection, I think the timeline being quick is fine. It's life, it's reality. I just said that I think the tone should have been different. Don't ask the community to come to the table. Don't pit our communities against each other in April, in May, in September, the last time I was in this gym. Just proceed. I just want people to stop being whiplashed back and forth year to year and for no reason. Maybe for lack of imagination, because as it's been said to a board comment and tonight, if we feel like this is so important for our 5, 6 students, why haven't we been doing this all along for the last 10 years that my child has been alive? I remember going to a board meeting with Bill Kimball in Doty's school, and he told us he can tell when Doty kids get to U32 because the Doty kids are behind. And that was 10 years ago. But we haven't done anything for those Doty 5 and 6 kids in 10 years. So to Lauren's point, why today? And I brought this up before, but I don't think East Montpelier or Berlin has felt the whiplash that's been in this gym or the other gym. And I know that's due to their size, and it's not their fault, and it's due to history, but even if they do speak for the whole entire board, I don't appreciate when they weigh in philosophically or metaphorically, because they're not feeling the whiplash. And to Michaela's point and Ursula's point, I want my kid to have a wider circle. I want to listen to the teachers, like Zach said and Ursula said. I want more opportunities for my kid. I want richer opportunities for my kid. I'd like to see all of our schools combined for 5-6. I'd like a middle school. And to Dan's point, my comments at the board, I wasn't questioning your effort or your lack of work, because my ideal bedtime is 8:30, and when I stay up till 10:30, I'm up till 2 a.m., coming down from this energy and stress. So I just want you to configure and consolidate thoughtfully. And I want you to move all 5-6 classrooms together in all 5 towns, because the governor and the secretary are going to do it anyway, eventually, someday. Thank you. Thank you for all of your efforts.
Thank you. That concludes public input. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
It's okay.
We can.
It's okay.
Yeah, it can. We're going to table it. It's just really, really late. So, yeah, and that can wait. It's not an emergency. So,
I move we adjourn.
I'll second.
and second by Patrick. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to the community for being here.
Aye.